In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, You can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain a rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the Self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need for the backline. He finds 1 minute shot.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
We've got plenty of action in store for you today here at the PMSL EMEA Super League time. It is going to be getting underway with the 4th day of the first week of games here for EMEA. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are going to be careening headlong into Sandhawk not too long from now, so make sure that you stick around because we've got plenty of those matches coming up. Over the course of the last few days, we've seen Na'Vi be pretty dominant on the overall standings, and now it's up to Fireflux to catch up.
Yeah, for Fireflux, they put up a great performance, actually maintaining towards that top 8 despite having a lot less games played than everyone else. Currently at 6 behind, I think they've won 20 points total, with Na'Vi being able to get around about that 180 point mark. So currently on a 10-point average, which is pretty damn good for Na'Vi, and yesterday just felt like they weren't able to get into the circles in the end game as much. Not to say they didn't do it pretty often still, but yeah, today is the day for Fireflux to get things back online and prove to us just why they won in that warehouse showdown versus Na'Vi and why they can win in the game too.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the overall standings, 191 for Na'Vi, so a little bit over, in fact, that 10-point average. Fireflux, you can see them 12 matches played on 120 points, which is obviously the crucial factor there. Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, two teams who really increased in their performance, I think it's safe to say, yesterday. IWNRX as well, keeping up pace with them in that 2-3-4 block. I'm imagining that that's going to drop down. Fireflux likely going to be able to jump over that with the 6 matches they've got in hand, so we're probably looking at 3rd, 4th, and 5th position teams there in Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, and IWNRX.
Yeah, I think for the guys here, they did great and they have stepped things up. I think Virtus Pro started things off very well. They took a little dip in performance and brought things back. For the players on Virtus Pro, that makes sense. They are a little bit more of a streaky squad. Over on our second page, we got 77 with 12 matches played at 79 points. It's not horrible. Enigma Galaxy, same thing going on there as well for 72 points. But it drops down to Brute Force and Team Spirit in 11th and 12th. Brute Force having 12 games played and Team Spirit with 18. The only team with 18 matches played currently on this second page. It's not looking great for Team Spirit so far. Similarly for Brute Force, I think we expected more from this team.
And they're not on the second page, but they also have 18 matches played as Guild, who have been doing not great over the course of the game so far this week. But they did have a little something at the end of yesterday. I don't know if you caught that, Miramar. We certainly did. I loved it. That chaotic La Guerra Royal Rumble. It was, I think, about 6 or 7 teams all crashing on the same compound time and time again. Everybody trying to make their way through it. And Guild Esports actually managed to push through, win that one out, and do pretty well for themselves, I think, off the back of what was a really hairy situation. So hopefully they can continue to rise up the tables.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you look over towards Guild, yesterday was cool on that last Miramar where they basically had the old showdown on Miramar versus so many other squads. It just wasn't really up to snuff versus a lot of the other squads that are in the lobby at the moment towards that top side. And for Guild, that was their redeeming factor, but it really didn't redeem them all that much. Let's take a look at today's groups. Who's going to be playing with us? Who's not going to be playing this one? So we do have Na'Vi in for their final day here, alongside with Twisted Minds, Trovo, and Guild. Team Spirit get themselves a day of rest from what has been going wrong, which might be quite good for them in terms of just being able to figure out what the problems are behind the scenes. But as you can see, it will be boys from S2G back in again. And Fireflux, obviously.
Yeah, we've got Fireflux, Heroic are back to play, Power, Foot Chaos, all looking to slam back in to this lobby. We'll see what they can do on our maps today. Of course, as we have every single day, Blank, Sandhawk, then Erangel, Miramar towards the end. And, of course, the super secret warehouse showdown that sits in the middle of it. You don't want to miss that. That's going to be between the second and the third Erangels right in the middle of the day after match 3 of the day. So we'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to win out with the Fists of Fury in the warehouse once more.
Yeah, the Fists of Fury over in the warehouse.
They do get weapons.
They do get weapons. It's not just fisticuffs and the brass knuckles. No, there is a little bit more to it than that. But obviously today we're going to be having a lot of our teams come through and look to get something done here on Sandhawk, which has been historically over this tournament very chaotic map. Indeed. You've also got our 3 Erangels into 2 Miramars. Yesterday, both Miramars being won by Virtus Pro, which was an unbelievably good result for them. So hats off, well done, claps all around for that team. Virtus Pro getting things back on board, and especially getting it done at the end of the day. That's a nice feeling. Coming into the rest of your tournament, like you get that big confidence booster. Let's take a look at the prize pool one final time, I would say, this week, just to remind you of what all these players are playing for. The prize pool currently at the top, 400,000 total for this entire thing, but just for the league stage it will be 82,000, followed by the 227,500 for finals, which is where that lion's share can be found, 55k for first place.
Jumping up with a whole lot of money there. A 20k drop off down to second, and beyond that 13k drop from second to third. But after that it does slow down a little bit, and you guaranteed at least $5,000 for making it to those finals, which will put your guaranteed earnings up for this entire tournament when you add on the $2,000 participation bonus for each team to $7,000. So getting top 16, very cool. 2 thumbs up.
Yeah, we love 2 thumbs up here. The double thumbs up for the first place. Let's get it done. Participation award also in there as well, just for making it to the end, to the finals itself. So Sandhawk first up here, and again, so far it's been kind of different squads that have been taking it home here on Sandhawk, with some interesting circles where we do have a very western packed circle in terms of where players are currently sat. There's a lot of the eastern side of the map that isn't taken. Camp On, Camp Bravo, as well as the dock split, just isn't played by really anyone, which is very, very odd. Let's take a quick look at the PMGC points, though, to remind ourselves where people are.
IWNRX sat fairly clear now at the top. Look at that. They are at a 50-point lead against Brute Force on 740. Team Spirit just behind them, but at the moment, Brute Force outperforming Team Spirit this tournament. In the wings, you've got Virtus Pro, but I think they're just a little bit too far behind here, right? Realistically, to make up a 100-point gap, I mean, to be fair, over the games that we've got left, it's very possible that they could increase that much, but it would still be something quite spectacular, and it would also need IWNRX to slow down something awful and have a really, really terrible time. So I think it's a bit unlikely that Virtus Pro have a chance to make this one up. Let's focus back on Sandhawk. It was interesting what you were saying with all the teams focused on that western side, quite clumped up, right? Where do you think the most fair circle would be? Because we have had a couple of shifts over to the islands on the west side.
Funnily enough, I think up towards maybe Paris Resort, just the south side Paris Resort would be one of the fairer circles, because then you would have a lot of teams over towards Painan or even towards Cave actually rotating round the east side of Quarry, right? And you would get that almost filter through Quarry going through, where you got 3 teams on the western side, 3 teams over towards the east. I think that'd probably be your fairest circle within this one, where teams are all rushing to clump down towards that southwestern, because there's so many teams already in there. It's difficult. It's very, very difficult. So again, I do think it makes it tough, especially for Team Spirit, who immediately get surrounded early on. A lot of their rotational paths are already completely blocked off because so many spaces are already taken. For instance, you have Confluence Compound removed at the start. You've got 2 teams currently playing in Painan. You have a team from Paris Resort in S2G who immediately moved down to warehouses on the north side. There's not a lot of places for them to play post bootcamp, when it's meant to be one of the best places for rotations, and that's purely because the map isn't being saturated enough by these teams.
It's an interesting dilemma for them. We'll see what adjustments they will make into the next day's games, but they get that breathing room now. I wonder if anyone else is going to take up boot camp on this drop spot. Without Team Spirit there, it is an open drop, so it could potentially be... Oh dear, I've just seen something pop up on our map feed, and I don't like it, Blank. We've got a rehost to kick things off on our first Sandhawk. Let's calm things down. I tricked you that we were going into game. We're not.
Yeah, I seem to get a lot of rehosts over the past couple of days. I'm not sure entirely what's happening. However, we'll be going to Sandhawk in a little bit. Time being, we gotta unrev our engines and kind of slow the pace back down again. Black Esports on your screen for a second there, who seem to be doing all right. There were some good plays that we saw come out from them. But again, for Black Esports, there was better moments than others. And Virtus Pro certainly made them look slightly worse for wear yesterday, especially on that angle. Despite them winning that map from Black Esports, the actual journey to the end game was far more exciting for Virtus Pro. Then again, you could commend the fact that the rotates from Black Esports were pretty smart towards those later stages of the game. That actually got them to a strong position to finish it out.
In general, though, they need something to go really, really right for them in these games in general to find what they're looking for. They've had a lot of low placing games, right? I could see 15th, 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 16th, 15th, 14th, a lot of low placing games, which is why they are down in 15th place overall on the leaderboards right now. They do have games to the advantage, of course. They have only played 12. They've sat out one of these days, but it is going to be... I think few and far between when we see them have those good rotations to make some strong plays, and they have just been taken to task time and time again. I think on just those engagements, I would not put my money behind them in almost any scenario, I think, at this stage on the tournament. So we'll have to wait and see if they can change my mind, and I look forward to it. A little bit of argy-bargy there for vibes.
It's having fun, honestly. Little hand warmers as we wait to get back into game. Football is Chaos back in again after they took a break from yesterday. Team that looks all right in the lobby, but I think in terms of the teams that I'm looking over towards right now, towards the top side, Power, IWNRX, Twisted Minds, surprisingly, Virtus Pro, as well as Na'Vi and Fireflux. I think those are the top contenders at the moment. A nice round amount of 6. Other teams could certainly bring themselves up to speed, but those are the only teams that have really been somewhat consistent throughout the entirety of these days. I mean, you could even scrap Virtus Pro potentially from that list with one of the big dips they had over on their second day of play before they were revitalized coming into day 3.
We're now up to day 4, head-to-head between Na'Vi and Fireflux. These are the two teams who, whilst currently Fireflux are in 5th, of course, they have played fewer games, which changes things up a little bit. Na'Vi are slightly ahead when it comes to points per match. Their average points per match sits just a little bit out in front, but you can see how fairly even it is. And what's very impressive there is Fireflux's survival time being almost 2 minutes longer than Na'Vi's.
Yeah, I don't really know how that's... I think that is a 4-minute drop-off coming through from Na'Vi since yesterday at the start of the day, which is pretty impressive, to be honest. See how quickly that changes. They went from 25 minutes down to 21. Again, 18 more maps does make a world of difference, especially with Na'Vi, who were into the top 5 so consistently over those first 2 days. There's a big change of performance into day 3. I think we are now kicking off day 4. I believe it is finally happening, heading over towards Sandhawk.
Well, you would hope so. It is the last day of games, Blank, for Guild Esports, for Na'Vi, for Trovo 2030, and for Twisted Minds. And I think Twisted Minds is the team that I'm going to be focusing on out of that group over the course of today in terms of what they can achieve, because they will be setting the benchmark for the teams that are chasing them behind, right? Virtus Pro and IWNRX both sat out today. Sorry, wait. No, sorry, they are. Yeah, along with Team Spirit and Zeus, IWNRX and Virtus Pro, the teams that are chasing into that position. So a potential contender for second or third, depending on how Fireflux do. Twisted Minds today, I think their performance is going to be very important when it comes to earning those league ranking points that will carry over towards those finals in a half measure. Drops out over the southwest side. It looks like teams may have listened to you here, Blank. A lot of more teams heading out to the east.
Yeah, which is annoying for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
As they're not playing today. But yeah, this is a lot nicer. Again, for Fireflux, it makes sense to take the dock split, right? Currently, no one's working with it. It's a decent spot. You get Kampong, you get docks as well. It's a huge amount of space you get to play with. You can always make that rotate over towards the north side of Quarry. There's no reason not to pick up this position on the map. So I'm glad that they have. And they're going to make good use of it. Trovo 2030, they pick up Boot Camp, and that is a hard shift over towards the northern side. Tough stuff. Twisted Minds holding the entirety of the northwest coast as Power slowly swims it on over, paddles across the water to Hatin.
Yeah, they've been spotted out a little bit by 77. They were close by on the drop here, and I think that Power most likely just want to disengage and get across that bridge. They have got a player on the other side. Easy has gone west to the island. And I think 77 are probably more preoccupied with grabbing a little bit of loot to establish a block on that bridge. Still, potentially sightlines there to curtail a rotation. It will slow things down. Luckily, with the circle as hard north on this shift as it is, that allows Power some time to potentially even break out towards Hatin. Ooh, Heroic finding a shot over towards Falcons. This is all the way over towards Barn.
Yeah, Jafar takes down Ali. Nice and early. Weird spot is Barn, honestly. And for Falcons, though, this is a real wide split from them. Over towards Camp Bravo, and then sending two players down towards Barn. I think it makes a lot of sense for Heroic to want to stop that early, especially if you're playing over towards Lakawi in the first place. A lot of times, this is where you'll have this wide split coming through from Falcons, so they can come down towards the ridge side that looks over Lakawi and take shots to the team that's trying to leave. It is that ridge side that you would usually try to move over the top of. Trovo 2030 making a very fast rotate through 77, and I think actually finding a pickoff over towards 77 on Magnum. And it's S2G also getting involved from their position in Paris Resort, and they moved early, considering the circle itself.
Trovo 2030 trying to take control of this curved hill that sits around the water that you can see in front of you. There's 77 lying in wait a little bit, but Trovo are going to be able to get a point, and actually they're going to divert, go even further north, try and take the compound here. But look at this, there are two players in, Zadira and... who's that? It's Al Haji. He's in the compound. So two different teams have solo players out in this one. And I do not think that either of them are going to get away with it. Zadira goes pretty even on the trade, but should be very resable here. Now they just need to be worried about Al Haji.
Al Haji from Power still has a sightline over towards Ragnarok. Waiting for him to step out again. Just needs one shot here, but I think he has a good idea of where Al Haji is. In goes the nade. The first one will do it from Yusuf. And Al Haji was not stealthy enough. Detected inside the building. And demolished in the process.
Power's first game back, and they have been given anything but a warm welcome here. They're already down to two players. But Trovo 2030, really strong compound now, out on that west coast of the mainland, have potential transition routes over to that curved hill that sits out to their east, but I think S2G are more likely to look to take control of that if they leave from the lumberyard. We'll have to wait and see. Brute Force and RCB clashing. This is, again, over in Cow, this northeast side. Teams looking to try and find a foothold here. Brute Force spotting a player from RCB, getting that knock early. Chudo has a player close to him as well. He's cutting off the routes towards Silas, and I think this is a bleed out on RCB.
Yeah, if RCB, they take down at least Brute Force. Silas, though, little bit off in the distance there. It's be hard to return him to form. This is a tough wall to play off, though, for Chudo.
Oh, okay.
So, very quick two-step over the side of the wall, but it's a nice shot from Neos along the way, but instantly there's clapback. They see the muzzle spray, they see the muzzle fire, and will light up that light off in the distance.
They know where Prepod is as well, because those shots came in on crossfire. We were seeing that one angle, but now Prepod was on that opposing hill. Immediately they're dealt with. Heroic are going for a long rotate in the water out onto the north side. Going to make landfall just to the east of Cow and can potentially run into Prepod as well. Shots come through from S2G. This is, again, embroiled in the midst of it all, over towards that lumberyard, the north side, and holding lumberyard in general. Very, very good news for S2G. Can they fend off everybody trying to make their way in?
Heroic taking the opportunity whilst they can. Loxy, though, in a great position. Ooh. Finds one and then two, but that's a good opening for RCB. Hard to capitalize off the back of with Wild and his teammate not quite in position to take the shots. Zell might be the dagger that takes down Heroic, though.
One knock is interrupted by Wild. Yet to be disarmed. Zell does go down. Heroic on the swivel. Losing two on that knock. That was really, really disgusting stuff, to be honest, around that container with the DBS. But they do manage to pull themselves back together. 4 players in. And RCB now only have one. Both Brute Force and RCB have done terribly in this cow position. And that's the last nade that's good, that Wild's going to see this game. Goes up in smoke, and that will be RCB eliminated.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. It is very unfortunate for RCB. And again, it's just been constant fighting over towards Cow. Brute Force original position. They lose 2 players. Everyone makes that eastern rotate. Try and swing on that right side of the map. But another west shift and Twisted Minds get a good deal here. With Hatin being the likely spot where the circle centers up over towards. Na'Vi, though, they control that high ground down towards the south side. I like that position. You do need to be really cautious of teams rocking up to you, but I think Na'Vi is one of the better teams in the lobby when it comes to at least being very aware of their surroundings and being to scout them out early.
They should be able to handle it. Volt does get knocked, but should be fairly safe to go for this res. Prepod and Chudo for Brute Force. The 2 remaining players outlasted RCB, even though the scrap didn't go well for them against them. Vibes on the southeast side. They have Fireflux behind them, who are being slow to enter the circle. Falcons just ahead of them on the south of Paradise Resort now. As Coops, got spotted by Power. That is unfortunate. Twisted Minds do get flushed. A crossfire established onto both of these teams. Falcons falling out of the vehicles as soon as they cross paths with Vibes, but 2 of their players are down in response. Ragnar hopping in through the window, and they evaded. Hopes on the inside as well. I'm not too sure if they caught that Volt, but Falcons trying to keep this together now as Brute sits on the outside here. Mazzara is across the road. Hope cooks. Ragnar with a nade out the window already. Brute still bleeding out, and here comes Fireflux, third party on the blue side engagement.
Yeah, for Fireflux, this is a good opportunity for them to get a big opening onto this fight. They can then just rock on through. As the 4 players they've still got alive here, I mean, they are slowly ticking down with the blue. About to hurt a little bit, but getting out of it's not a long distance now. Just this fight ahead of them that they want to get through cleanly between Falcons and Vibes.
They're surrounding 2 solo players at this point. The question is, how fast do they want to get through cleanly, right? You definitely don't want to have too much trouble behind you, but at some point you're going to have to move. And with the circle favoring the Northwest Island, getting across the river may be a priority here for Fireflux, but looks like they do just want to crunch this one down, earn some points. They've already got 2. Putting up 4 would be a great result.
Fireflux. Scarface. They're playing this so cautiously, man. And they really do not want to lose another player. Between Vibes and Falcons, this is kind of a tough fight because you're not really sure what either of these players are going to do because they're not working off the back of one another. Medkit on board. Perfect timing for it. Mozero has to pull out the DBS, but steps into a Molotov and into the sight lines of a shotgun himself.
Seems like they're aware there's still more danger lurking in the corners here. Ragnar knows as a player, spots the spray down, strays out, strafes across the window, and will not be able to find the second. This is Reservoir. It's stage 2. They can bandage up and keep on going. Fireflux do get rid of everybody else around that area, but they're going to have to move because look at where the circle sits now. It is going to be a little bit favoring over towards Hartin. Power, Na'Vi, and Twisted Minds, all with residents in Hartin right now, and they're glad that they've got that position. But those compounds out to the west may prove to be incredibly strong, and I think Power may think about dipping from Hartin, going out there as a duo. They are on foot. Fidan and Easy will run to the buildings to their west.
The circle shifting over towards that western side, it opens up a lot of compounds. I think a lot of teams weren't expecting. There was a huge amount of teams that headed up towards the northeast side of the map to try and figure out a way in. Whereas it was only really Nigma Galaxy who opted down for the southwest bridge. Yeah, and now there's that position, that nice compound that sits a little bit elevated from the rest, just to the northwest side of Power. Brute Force take a boat, and they'll be able to cross actually over towards the northern compound. But again, no one's in. There's 2, make that 3 good compounds available in this circle that have just not been taken up by anyone here so far. Very curious stuff. Guild, though, I think is fairly aware of Nigma Galaxy's position.
They are certainly being cautious towards the angle. Nigma Galaxy going to have to push up along this long flat area of rock, the cliff top that sits on this northwest island. Wagner spots the buggy. Oh, sorry, a bike careening on forwards. They certainly know about it now. GG, not GG, and 0 on the back line as well. Look at the step up for it. GG has the nade. Looks for the cook. Are they going to go long? I think they are clearing out a further ditch, but that is just about going to tag some damage. They should have spotted that. Narvalo has a nade of his own. He knows how close this is. A good cook, but not quite finishing the job. The DBS, though, is good for it. Certainly revealing his position now, but Nigma Galaxy losing a player here. No teams yet rolling on in for a third party. Makes this nice and clean as a take. Can they get forwards to get Narvalo back up? I feel like it might be impossible. Snowix dropped down, actually. Down the cliff onto the bottom there. Will be very difficult to now leverage that against anybody else.
This is a weird one. I mean, for Snowix dropping down there, it's good because you can res in the water. So they will be able to get Narvalo back up again, but where do you go from there? Realistically, that's the hard thing. S2G trying to cross the waters, held out by Trovo 2030. Yeah, GG, not GG, kind of gets away with quite a lot there, let's be honest. Right up front, they saw the arcs from the nades. They're coming thick and fast. For Narvalo just to run up like that, it was somewhat overzealous. A little bit too aggressive. And Brute Force makes their way over towards that northwest compound, and no one stops them. They might have a free shout in towards the top 5 at this rate. As we head towards our next circle, which heads further up towards the northern side, still keeping a ton of water in play.
This is pretty nasty. I mean, so much water into stage 5 in Sandhawk. It's going to make things really, really hairy. Spray downs, heroic. Continuing to do pretty well here, I would say, on this match. 7 eliminations. Nigma Galaxy tried to divert away, but Heroic more than happy to pick up the pieces of that bedraggled team. They still have, I think, yeah, 2 players. Those are the 2 players down the cliff. Heroic can play on as 4 from the southwest side. Power still holding a central and key compound only as 2.
Power. Just the 1 elimination found, but a fairly safe spot to be working with that likely will get swarmed at some point. Still amusing to me that the compound off towards their left just hasn't been looked at? Has it been crashed upon? No one really cares about it. And Twisted Minds were forced back over towards the northern side on the pontoons of Hatin, whereas Na'Vi completely consumes the entirety of Hatin for themselves.
Black Esports trying to move off the top of the mountain here. They know there's a threat across the way. That's Heroic in the compound that Kakali's currently scouting out to the west. Both of those two teams are going to have to move. Heroic mounting up, smoke coming from the vehicle there. And they really can't afford to take too much gunfire, so they do need to be careful. Need to make sure that they're close to cover no matter where they go, but they're rolling straight up into the gunfire Guild, who are further along the way. An immediate knock and a flush onto Walsh there as they roll up into the sidelines. Guild launching nades in as well. Kevin is low. Exo moves forwards here with the auto shotty. Low HP bars, gonna cause some worry, but they get their healing done. Regroup needs to come through from Volt to try and back up the rest of his team, but Guild are playing as 4. They've got the backup there, isolates these sightlines, and that's a spray down onto the back for Guild. As Black Esports are gonna chime in, they've taken this opportunity to move around the back, and they can guard out this entire fight.
I'm not entirely sure how Heroic got here. Remember, they're on the eastern side of the map, so this is just a very wide wrap for them into a big old crash, and Dexo with a 1-2-3 will keep his team alive. That is until you get Tosh pick from Black Esports taking a nasty spray in the blue. He gets sat down. I'll have to fight another day. The circle moves over towards the east, so Heroic's crash was maybe not even necessary. Keeps the western side of Hatin in, though. So both Na'Vi and Fireflux meanly looking at one another from the first and second place of the podium.
Exo here, a replay on that. Goes for 1, turns on for a second, steps out. Really nice stuff there from Exo, playing the porch perfectly. Heroic go down. Guild still, though, suffering. Despite their success on their western side. They've got 6 eliminations. Heroic were able to get 8, by the way, which is certainly not a tally you can be too disappointed in. But Guild do fall as well on the western side. Brute Force surviving still from their earlier engagements over towards Cow. They evaded RCB. I think they went for a boatation over the north side, and they managed to make landfall really quite successfully.
Yeah, it's purely because there's so little space taken up on the western side of the map, right? Everyone just opted that no one needed to go there. So Brute Force is having to pick that one up. And finally, the compound I was talking about for quite some time, Black Esports, they pick that up one for themselves. Which you've got the lineup from Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and Fireflux. Twisted Minds losing some players on their approach here on the pontoons. I don't know exactly. Twisted Minds got forced out from Hatin. I'm almost like a little bit confused by it.
He knows they're there. He's just waiting. He's daring them to step up. Oh dear. Easy spotted actually at Rage. Was that from Na'Vi? Okay. Through buildings as well. They must have had some sort of sightline there. Lemon. He's got the rocks. Explosive ones at that. He's still cooking the nade. Needs to send it over towards Lord and immediately airbursts. Knows exactly where Robs is. There's no way that Robs gets away. Surely you don't beat Lemon in this close range engagement. But it is Robs. Not going to happen though. Nice shutdown there. Lemon handles Twisted Minds on the north side. And that is not a good start to their final day for Twisted Minds. They only get the 1 elimination point. Placement's not too healthy either, but we've got 6 teams remaining, and Na'Vi can regroup. Look to move along the coastline now.
I mean, what a wild circle this is as well. It moves away from every single compound out to the open grounds that slope down towards the ocean. Pretty nuts. Trovo, they pick up Lemon. He tries to scout out position, but at least now they know that there are players off in the distance and the rough location of them. It's Fireflux, 3-on-3 here. The good spray. Ooh. And honestly, Flip cannot do anything. As for Scarface, he has been massively stepping up for Fireflux recently.
To my little friend, the Tommy gun, absolutely tearing Na'Vi a new one on the sides of Hatin. Fantastic stuff there from Scarface as he pushes Fireflux into a commanding position now, taking down their average point competitor and adding to their tally. 7 elims now. They want to keep up that 10-point average, but how much further can they go?
Fireflux is a great start. It's a really good start for them in these games. Lemon was the lone ranger that walked down here. Easy crash. Bumper crushes Trovo 2030.
Oh, dear. And there's the second. Very, very quick. But Ketch does go down. I think that came through from Brute Force, potentially. Black Esports getting pulled apart here. Nades going a little bit awry on the bounce, but the spray downs are good. A pickup for Fireflux as well. Have they just taken everyone else out? No, there's 3 teams still alive. Have you still got power with Bidan off in the distance? But Prepod should spot that. And Fireflux have 4. They get that res, they get the heal, and they're playing off now against Brute Force Duo.
Yeah, Brute Force has the circle and the high ground. This is a weird one. Fireflux needs to make good use of these nades, but a nice off angle from Chudo, actually. Scarface is kind of low. Nades are flowing over the top, but not getting too much done. And Brute Force with that rotation over the northern side, it was a cow circle to begin with. It's not ended up there, but Brute Force still looking to take potentially a chicken dinner home in a 2v4. It's one of the few situations where maybe they have a chance.
Looking for Ketch, and he finds him. Judo takes down the back leg of Fireflux. They're crawling back to look for the res. Spray down potentially. No, going to be in cover. The rocks hit up here, though, are very, very nadeable, which is what forced Prepod back off that smoked rock. You can see that wall of smoke that sits on the rock that Prepod had, which was centered the circle. It goes a little bit more to Fireflux now, keeps the coastline in, and that allows them a lot more power. But similarly to the rocks, those cliff tops are very nadeable as well.
This is difficult. There's 2 nades on Chudo. I didn't catch how many there are on Prepod, but they sort of have to wait for zone 9 before they start tossing these ones out. They're not finding much value from it. It's a good smoke up front. MG32 from Chudo. Great weapon to have in a 2v4. Felt the need to drop a reload in the midst of all that. Here's this nade. It has to be big from Chudo. It needs closing moments.
A trade-off, though. It goes even, and Fireflux will not let it slip away from them. They lay claim to this top spot. They want to keep it on going with a big chicken dinner to go. They've got 12 eliminations that match when you add on those final 2, Blank, and they are up to 22 points. This match puts them on 144, and that is going to be a real statement made towards Na'Vi.
That's a nice game from Fireflux. Honestly, very, very nice game from them. It got a little bit scary towards the end there, and I think they kind of got a little bit lucky with the way they were on the south side. Whereas Na'Vi had pushed further up because they expected that hot-in finish with the north side being a little bit more protected, honestly. But yeah, weird game overall. Did not expect that kind of circle finish. Did not expect Brute Force to get second place out of it, but there you go. And that was a team that I wanted to see more out of.
That is true, actually. Brute Force, they kind of lost the engagement over in Cow with RCB, right? And then they got third parties and they sort of just disappeared into the ether, only to re-emerge in second place with, I think, was it like 7 or 8 eliminations? So fantastic stuff for Brute Force to capitalize on what was a pretty last-ditch attempt game and make lemonade out of lemons. Certainly making Lemon look like a lemon across the way. Na'Vi not able to escape from Heartin. The clutches of Fireflux were just too strong.
Yeah, it was a good game. Honestly, a good rotate from Brute Force over towards that compound on the northwest side. But it was a Hail Mary. Because if I'm Brute Force and I'm rocking over towards that compound, I'm like, oh god, there's going to be people here. There's going to be squads that have not opted to go for that eastern rotation, instead have gone for the west bridge. But no one was there. No one even bothered to try and take that side of the map over the Enigma Galaxy, who ran directly into Guild. And I think, again, that's another team that could have had a straight shot to one of the compounds further on the north side. They're also scared, but there should be teams there, but they just weren't. Looking at Fireflux, though, 2,218 healing. They were through the ringer this game, but they come out of it with 12 elims and 21 minutes and 36 average survival time.
That is nice to see for Fireflux as well. They come straight back into the games. They come straight out with a chicken dinner. 142 points, that puts them on as well, exceeding their averages and catching up to Na'Vi. Scarface, 7 eliminations. I mean, we saw it was able to do with the Tommy gun on the exit against Na'Vi as well. Kelsey, though, most nade eliminations for S2G, as they were able to rack up 2, and Prepod for Brute Force will be able to find highest damage. So quite a well-distributed set of accolades here for our match report.
Yeah, I think for Scar MVP, this is kind of the big one, realistically, for me. I enjoy the way that he has been consistently stepping up. And it used to be a case where he was a very good long-range specialist, but now he's even taken that further. He's great in close quarters too. With the 12 elims, they got in that game 22 points right at the beginning of it. Very nice 13th match for them.
Trovo 2030 as well, getting 6 eliminations, 9 points. Continually just adding to their tally, quite quietly, but very effectively. Second page, Twisted Minds. It's unfortunate what happened to them over in Hatin, especially given where the circle finished. They weren't able to keep control of it. They weren't able to take away the threats that encroached upon them. They had power visiting. They left a little bit earlier, but Na'Vi and Fireflux both took Hatin away from Twisted Minds, and that's a little bit disappointing. I feel like Twisted Minds could have had a stronger hold onto their position. They were there quite early, and they had a lot of opportunity to do so, but they couldn't establish that southern border.
Yeah, no, which is always the difficult thing to do. And I mean, when the circle moves like that, it's always a lot nicer to be able to just swing out on that south side. And I think Na'Vi tried to probe over towards 2030 whilst keeping tabs over towards Fireflux, because Fireflux wasn't really looking to make a move. But yeah, look at that. Numbers all across the board. Pretty much every team tried to get something done this match. It's just with Fireflux, when you get towards that end game, when you are that team with the most amount of players, you are just going to suck up the final few points at the end, and that's what takes them to 12 elims. But they played that game very well, even when it got very tricky versus Brute Force. I think that they turtled up. When the final circle came on side, though, where it was like giving them a little bit more space to play around, that's when things changed. And I think Fireflux understood that they had to wait out another circle to see what happens then, and then go for that.
Well, we're going to see what happens in the future as well, because we've got more matches to play. Before that, we've got a quick break. It's Erangel up next. Stay tuned. Fireflux have opened the bidding strong. They come through on after their day off with a 22-point game, a chicken dinner for Fireflux, and a statement to Na'Vi. Twisted Minds, they were swept aside and caught in the mix of it all, as well as Na'Vi and Fireflux pushed them out of Hartin. But now we're moving over on to Erangel. Blank, we are getting ready for the grassy pastures once more.
Once more, getting over to the old Classico on Erangel. Fireflux, they come back into the lobby, instantly get a chicken dinner. So it sounds like it's been a nice day off for them. Very relaxing, very chilled out to come straight back into this one. And then just pick yourself up 22 points right off the bat. It is a fantastic way to start the day here. Here's our head-to-head. I believe this is from... Okay, so this is from today and also the previous day, which is on their left. So that would be day 2 for Fireflux on your left here, which is 1,268 average damage. And right now, after that Sandhawk game, it's 1,661, 12 elims, and first average placement. We'll see how this evolves as the day goes on. Maybe we can check back in with this at game 5. But yeah, for Fireflux, already starting things off very well. And honestly, an average of 4th place in terms of their averages over the past 2 days that they played. Really good. Really damn good.
You know what I was surprised about there is that obviously, well, Sandhawk, shorter map, but it was a 25.5-minute average survival time over their previous days. And today, where they've only come first, it's a 21.5-minute average survival time. So they are actually behind on their average survival time. So you know what they'll need to do? That's right. Unleash the beast at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Our sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. As we head on into Erangel for the first time today. It is still all to play for those top spots to earn as many league ranking points as you can. The last day of games for Twisted Minds, for Na'Vi, as well as Guild coming in today with their last chance to put points on the board. Trovo 2030 as well. I think that is the quiet outside track team that hasn't really made too much noise, but have kept up pace with some of the best teams in this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at this map, though, already a bit of a weird playing path, and we've seen plenty of teams actually taking Zarkijon, which has been a weird one for me. I think this time, though, Falcons are just going to move over towards that eastern side and pick up Severny nice and early. Happy days for Na'Vi, heading down towards Sosnovka. Easy pickup for them in Sosnovka. Considering Virtus Pro are in the lobby, they're not going to have to deal with them in Nova Repnoya, and actually could even play from that position. A lot of loot to be had there, with ideal rotational paths being very close to that eastern bridge. So this is a good thing for Na'Vi just on the group side of things.
Brute Force could potentially drop in over towards Nova and cause some issues there. Looks like Twisted Minds are out late. Are they heading for the farm split without Team Spirit there? Potential opening on that front. Doran's out very, very late to gather up with Twisted Minds. They potentially... No, they're just going to grab some vehicles. I think Doran as well just wants to find a vehicle from the military island and get gone as soon as possible. Might have trouble, though, with Prepod on the northern side. Another Milta Power Peninsula circle comes on through in a hard east shift. Given the plain path, this is going to force some early rotates from our teams out in the west.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of teams will have to start moving on through. Luckily, this plane path, although it was over towards the western side, it still had the opportunity to basically place everyone on a nice, even split on the western side of the map. So there will be rotates coming through from everywhere. So it's not like they will have a huge amount of players all stuck towards the center island around where Rozok comes out and Pachinki over towards that eastern side. Twisted Minds are playing down towards Milton, and farms also open because Team Spirit are not in the lobby today. It does make things a little bit easier for teams like Enigma Galaxy too.
Black Esports swinging around to the bridge to get south of the river. Oh no, they want to go up to the compound instead. Maybe dropping off one of them, grabbing some loot. A couple of buildings, should be at least able to grab a weapon. Gets an AEG immediately on the first pack of loot he finds. Nice.
Yeah, easy peasy.
You'll have to see it.
Brute Force making a very quick rotation out from the south side of the map, with Guild Esports also rotating through that area. Most teams trying to head in, get towards Milta Power, Mini Milta, Prison, even Lumberyard, nice and early. It makes sense with this circle because you do get gate kept quite quickly, coming far over towards the eastern side of the map. So a lot of teams and players are looking to situate themselves in a fairly comfortable position early on.
A lot of teams around Milton now. Guild, the next to skirt along the beach. Given the old Serpentine, kicking up a lot of sand behind with the bullets that are being sent their way, but not much more than that. Found some cover. Where have they got to go here? Wagner moving on in. Along the roadside. One player from Brute Force out to his northwest, and I don't think Chudo really... I'll take that back. Chudo does want to take some shots. He's going to try and fend off Guild on this area, force them to go a little bit deeper into Brute Force territory, and potentially be able to cut them off later.
Brute Force at the moment. Head up towards Milta Power. I like that position for them. They get right ahead of the pack, but it seems like Guild also want some of the pie on this side of the map. And Brute Force not comfortable with sharing, it seems. He'll send far over towards the northern cliff face. There is a couple of compounds here to play in. You could even head over towards the dead trees to sail towards that western side. Some of the compounds there are kind of nice. An STG
I like that
pickup,
rotation
yes.
Guild.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I like the initiative to swinging around deep onto the Milta Power Peninsula. I mean, in general, it's really inaccessible when it gets to the later stages of the game as well. Once it gets chock-a-block, it's a lot easier to leave it, I would say, than to get into it. So having that foothold into that area, much more valuable than maybe having more options in the mid-game. So I like what Guild has done with that. They've got a stronghold on the east side. Fireflux, as we hop on over to them, they are out towards, just moving around near school, in between Rozhok and Pachinki, central areas of the map. Vibes even further out southwest. This is versus Heroic, who are trying to move near Quarry right now.
I mean, this is a weird fight considering how far it is away from the circle. It looks like both teams want to conclude it. Or they carry on.
Big nade. Oh, look at that. What an arm on Brute. And Mazzaro converts onto Volt as well. Immediately, Heroic have nothing to say about this, and that's rightly so. Kevin turns tail between his legs and runs away. Flees the scene. Because that was a pretty brutal crime that's just been committed against his teammates. That was nasty on the nade.
Yeah, it does cause a huge amount of problems, and it's kind of sad to see the Heroic started off the tournament in great fashion with some of the best nades I've seen in quite a while. To suddenly now being just naded out themselves left, right, and center. A lot of teams making their way in now, though. Trovo 2030 stuck behind Power, who are instead stuck behind Fireflux. It's a big old train, but a nice shot from Satan. Let's at least take down one.
Trovo. Again, like I've been saying before, quite quiet, but effective in these fights. The realistic lion portrait is doing well. Even if it is green. And it still remains my favourite logo in this tournament. And I think that, you know, down a player, it's going to be tough for them this match, but don't put it past them to put up 5 points this game. I'd be happy with that from this position. A lot of very central teams, and that's generally how this lobby's been going for the last 3 days.
Yeah, pretty much everyone just tries to get dead center early on. Play from that position. If the circle moves away, well, tough luck. Try and make it work. And it's obviously not the most interesting of gameplays in the world, considering everyone just sends center stage 1. You maybe get a couple of fights early as teams rotate in together, but after that, everyone just sits still, waits for the next circle to pop, move from there. If you get caught out, you get caught out. And I think it's because right now in the EMEA, at least the PMSL, it's just not hyper aggressive. There's not a load of crashes. There's not a lot of these plays where it's like, that's our territory. Everyone's super comfortable. Just be like, yeah, you have that bit of land, we'll have that bit of land. Wow, you got there first. It's very gentlemanly behavior, I would say. Very cordial.
Na'Vi, still in the blue, still on the military island. They'll have to find a bridge to cross. Luckily, they're quite close to one. Hopefully, they've spotted it. Vibes playing the mouth of the east bridge. The circle goes back over to Milta, so it means that... Okay, Guild are up in Lipovka now. That's kind of crazy that they've gone all the way up there. I liked it when they were on the Milta Peninsula, but they're going to have to move back down south now. Everybody's shuffling. Trying to squeak ever closer to the central pin on the circle. Trovo, I think, have the closest to the center position. Them or Fireflux, just on the southeast of it.
It's a pretty basic western shift. A lot of teams will have to move out over towards Shelterway. It's a little bit more open than usual for a lot of squads. Won't be as compound heavy this time around, so a lot of teams would like to get in nice and early. RCB find themselves on the northern side of the map with Heroic and Na'Vi still yet to make it into the circle just yet. Enigma Galaxy, like I was saying earlier, them and Vibes find a very easy rotate in with Team Spirit not playing inside the lobby. This southwest side isn't as protected anymore.
Foot Chaos, they found a ditch to chill out in for a second. Near the bunkers. RCB as well. Sharing them. Moving in from the north side of this next circle. The Lumberyard Hill on the southeast side of the map will prove to be an interesting barrier to all the teams that tried to get into the peninsula early. S2G sit littered across it, so do Black Esports. They're playing as 3 now, though. As Kelsey flaps a shot to the back of Toshbik's skull there, and that's going to be a pretty nasty wound, but maybe resible here as the nades, the smokes start to come out to allow him to try and crawl back here. For Kakali, he doesn't want to step out. He wants his teammate to get back to him. Do not risk the player that is alive for the player that is downed. General decent principle when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Principles where it's at, John. At the end of the day, you got to be disciplined, and this is probably one of the more disciplined rosters, I would say, just in terms of holding their ground. It's not aggressive, it's not wild. That's the type of stuff you would see over in PMSL NA, which is fun to watch, by the way. Very, very fun to watch. Here at the moment, it's just pretty slow going, slow paced.
Yeah, a lot of teams losing 1 or 2 players. No full big crashes coming on through. It seems like a stylistic difference right now. Fireflux get the shift to them. The hills to the north of Milta will be their stronghold for the time being. We'll see if they're able to contain that. I mean, the downhill slope coming through from that lumberyard top of the hill where Twisted Minds, where S2G kind of sit right now, that in general will have oversight, but with Fireflux's 2 up, 2 down on their various ridgelines, controlling a lot of the center of this circle, they're going to force teams into Milta, which is going to be difficult for them, and they're going to force them to fight off on that western side as well. A lot of positional strength for Fireflux.
Yeah, I think for Fireflux, they managed to get themselves a very central position early, and no one really stopped them from doing it. They just kind of rocked up, went in. They're on the north side of Milta, so there's always the option to head towards Milta later on if the circle shifts further down towards that south side. It's definitely interesting, John. It's definitely interesting. Twisted Minds still control the majority of lumberyards. Some nice shots from 77, though, who are really trying to stake a claim over towards this hillside. Silas drops to the deck. That's big. That might be the opening pickoff for the send.
In the meantime, out on the east coast near prison, near Lipovka, you've got Heroic who have just fallen in this fight. Guild waiting in the wings. 3 players alive for them. Brute Force playing as 4, and Falcons are trying to slow it all down. This is stage 3. The zone will start to hurt quite nasty. Coming on through onto the health bars. Ragnar does not have a nade. He's got 9 smokes, though, so could potentially get out of this ditch should he choose to. But Neos doesn't even want to put pressure on here. Brute Force trying to get away with it. I think this is the right decision for them. Freezer eating a lot of lead, but the bumper catches quite a bit of it. Ali not going to be able to find too many shots and has to get away from his vehicle. Park goes down. That is unfortunate out on the off angle, leaving Falcons on 2 on this north side.
Yeah, Falcons struggling, but Ali, never a player to be underestimated in the face of devilish odds. It's a quick step to the side, survives it too. In comes Ragnar as backup. Sparks down, and Brute Force tries to make their move out. They've been right on the edge of the circle for quite some time now. They attempted to find some place to get in. Freezer will be flushed out. And their top players on the squad. Not ideal at the moment for Brute Force. We are heading into stage 4 very shortly, John.
RV, they've taken a knock from Enigma Galaxy. They're going 1-1 right now on the knocks on the engagement. This is over on the west side. Default pops up. Lemon, very low, needs to be rezzed right now if they want a chance of getting him back up. Snowix puts a nade, so's Ralph. They really want to stop this res from going through. But I think that one went short. Narvalo spotted close range, and Lemon does get res. Leaves Na'Vi staying up, staying as 4. Now they can get back into the fight. The bounce there, not quite connecting onto Ralph as Lemon gets fully healed. Default has the nade close range around the side of the boxes. Players just out the other side of the door. Gets the cook, looks for the damage, doesn't quite find the knock, but a lot of that health bar for Snowix taken down.
Yeah, Na'Vi continuing to shove ordnance in towards this building. Ralph in his tricky position, nades upstairs. Kind of an unfortunate one where that one knocks off the side of the window because they're hoping to cover all their bases there. Unfortunately, downstairs doesn't get netted now, but a double, one close, one far, will deal with a player that's inside kitchen. Lemon will be able to get His hands on all that loot. There's Guild, EXO, sending nades over towards Doran, who is honestly being a little bit quiet during this tournament so far. I think in the past, there's been a huge amount of talk about Doran in terms of a player. Hasn't shown that same kind of firepower, though, so far in the PMSL EMEA. He's one of the guys that I thought would step up the most here on Twisted Minds as that front man for them. I think everyone else on the team has potential for pop-off, but I thought it really would be Doran leading the charge.
Well, there's something to be said for Twisted Minds obviously having to find a new structure, right? This is something that they struggled with at the start in day one. Seems like they've coalesced here. Maybe Doran is taking that step back and saying, look, we've got so many people capable of making incredible plays that I don't need to be the one to do that. He is unleashing the rest of his team by being an excellent foundation for which they can step forward into the limelight. Because Twisted Minds have been doing fairly well. I mean, there's been a couple of times where they may have made a misplay or two, but they're up in third place, and this is what I was talking about, right? They are a team that I think would definitely deserve to be in this third place right now, given how this week has unfolded. I like their chances to be able to claim it, but they do have to worry about IWNRX and Virtus.pro also having a strong week. Those are the two teams that are likely to be able to take that third place from them.
I mean, there's a ton of teams that want to do it. For Twisted Minds, today is their day to pump those points up. And I mean, I think they understand that. They realize it more than anyone else. I think I kind of like what you mentioned about Doran as well, John, in terms of someone had to step back on that team. And if Doran's the one with the maturity to do it, just play that back line. Fair enough to him. They needed someone to do that, I say, as he charges into the fight.
Well, you always know he's got it in the back pocket. He's not going to need it this time around, though. Lord went down in that scrap for Twisted Minds, and that is going to put them on 3. But they're in the northeast side, playing up the top of the mountain, which is a major, major high ground in this next circle. If Twisted Minds can keep control of it, they'll have an advantage to play from. But S2G playing down on the south side, brute force with their duo as well. You can see they would love to take those spots from them. Fireflux regroup as 4, and I think this is the perfect time to do it. I cannot fault that move. They had got a lot of ground under their control, but as it stands, teams are going to start to get a little bit more desperate at this stage and crash onto duos. If you leave them out, it's going to be a disadvantage for you more often than not if you get pushed. Regrouping as 4, the correct decision. But the circle, a hard northwest shift, and this, again, changes the dynamic, brings it up even over towards shelter.
Yeah, it's one of the few games in quite a while now, some of the wild circles we've seen over the past 2 days, where you're actually having a lot of successful rotations getting into this circle. So we have plenty of teams with 4, plenty of teams with 3. Na'Vi currently holding out the players inside Milta as they try and escape up towards where Fireflux is currently playing. And this makes sense for Na'Vi. Getting rid of these backstab angles allows them to fully focus on what matters, which is the northern side of the map. But Vives and Black Esports seems to be pretty content to just take the blue on.
Can't be that hard, surely. Surely it's fine. It's just a bit of blue. That never hurt anyone, right?
Well, it depends. If it's zone 1 or it's zone 8. Becomes progressively more mean as the game goes on.
Gets angry. Larger and angrier as time goes on. Like a bad case of boils. Vibes, though, springing a leak as they try and rotate past Na'Vi, but Lemon gets spotted. That is nasty. That's from Fireflux coming through. Third party position, and Brew picks up the point for it. Fireflux coming in with the big assist.
Yeah, which is massive. It's great news for them. Fireflux with some crazy nades. This is the mortar shells been sent.
Okay, this should be a rundown. Kakali at the back for Black. We're going to try and take it in control. A little salvo for Fireflux into the smokes, and they're looking for the final player. Not quite finding him. Okay, They think he's on that smoke at the back, and they would be right. The nade is going to come out fairly soon, though. Need to be careful. Scarface, fades it, because Ketch eats most of that damage. However, the rest of the team are there, ready and waiting. S2G are close by. Na'Vi are close by. Could third party here. Could be a worry for Fireflux, but it looks like they've been able to conclude this fight fast enough. Get a little bit of a resupply, and then regroup up to the high ground. Lux struggling to get the buggy into the right position, but gets back into cover again.
Yeah, Fireflux did get a little bit spicy there for a second. Again, with that run out over towards Black Esports. They need to regroup, but as a four, they're doing pretty well. Staggering this regroup too, and Default's a little bit late to catch off these off angles. Good shots though. There's Wash from S2G. How has he got away with that one? Swings the legs back in. And it's actually Marso to pick up Default underneath the hill from S2G, who's on that wide angle.
That's the second time Na'Vi have been punished now for keeping a wide angle where they didn't have control of all this sight lines here. The high ground playing havoc with them on their rotates. They've been trying to lay down their plans, but they have gone awry more often than not here in this match. 5 eliminations though. They've had some profit for it. 3 players now up and live, but backs to the blue, going to be moved in 25 seconds or so. And Fireflux have complete oversight on that. 77 looking for... Oh, wait, no, that wasn't in this fight. That's RCB on the western side coming on through. And again, Na'Vi now caught amongst these sight lines that exist between S2G, Fireflux, and RCB. I don't think there's any way that Na'Vi leave this building.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, they looked for some kind of opening, right? They looked for some kind of pick-off. And realistically for them, the golden opportunity was to try and find a knock or two over towards Fireflux on their transition back towards that compound. It was the only thing they really could have done there.
Oh, no.
Wow, what a shot from
Was that
Silence.
through a
Okay.
window?
I'm not sure. It seems to just happen instantaneously. I think it might have been through the garage. Axe is going to attempt to get away. It's a good rollout, but I'm not sure for how long he's going to live this one. But yeah, they needed that over towards Fireflux. 1 or 2 knocks, and they could have made the crash into a safer position to play forward. And I mean, they picked their moment correctly over towards Black Esports, but yeah, Black Esports really didn't have too much reply to Fireflux, which made it a bit easier for them to just clean up. And there's Axe going down to Yusuf from Trovo.
Trovo.
5 elims though, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's okay. It's respectable, but again, it's not the pace that's going to keep them keep Fireflux at bay. If Fireflux can do well here, because they are racking them up as well, because they've got 5 eliminations to boot. Power. They're looking to try and push in with 2 on the western edge. You've got 77 controlling a lot of this shelter area. They've been here for a long time, and no one's really had the utility, had the position to take it from them. They've been controlling this, I think, since about stage 3.
'77, yeah, just have had a really good chokehold over this circle. For '77, it's a game where they like a strong 20-pointer. Everyone here on that team is great at playing out on the open. They're a very scrappy squad. But similarly, there's 2 teams inside this lobby at the moment that really want to push this game as far as they can take it, which is Twisted Minds as well as 77. And yeah, to that extent, Fireflux as well, currently on the 6th elimination. Looking to pump up some more.
Losing a player, though, not ideal. They get a 7th elimination on the south side. 77 now the only team with all 4 alive. They are lining up, though, and Fidan able to take the first skittle, but gets bowled down himself by a volley from Foot Chaos across the way. And Foots are maybe going to be able to exploit this knock, exploit that downed player, and the fact that Zadira's on an off angle. You isolate one sight line, you force them to play just with the one barrel pointed your way, and you have a massive numbers advantage if they commit to this res. You know that you just need to put pressure on to keep this bleed out going.
It's an interesting circle where just no one can really play towards that central side, and it's all uphill here. It's a great final battleground for all these teams. It's going to be a serious test of skill in terms of gun skill as well. Just finding these shots across the way. Little pickoffs here and there are going to be more valuable than people might first assume. 77 gets 2 loot crates too, so a double loot on that should see them very strong here. John?
8 elims for Fireflux. Lux wants to spot a heal or two of Foot Chaos up over on that north flank. It's quieting down right now. Twisted Minds, I think with the next major move and Foot Chaos out on the west, their counterpart. Nobody else has to make a move right now. So the tempo is over to them. Catches there, immediately pulls up another point for Fireflux. And they're guaranteed another 10-point match. This is a great way to kick off day 3, or well, day 4 for them. Their last day tomorrow, but Twisted Minds not afforded that opportunity. With 5 elims, they have to make a move from this northeast side.
Because honestly, Twisted Minds, they have been shunted out quite a few times. I think people have a good idea of where they're playing. They're just being pretty quiet about it. Good start for Magnum. But it's Nico. Almost brings it back for one shot for the DBS. We'll turn that volume down to 0.
Oh no. Twisted Minds 1 and 2, and Robs goes down next. They had to make a move, and there really wasn't too many good options there, so not too unhappy for Twisted Minds, but going down in 5th, not great news, but more points added. Fireflux with 9 now have control over 77 moving south, and this is the first time that 77 have kind of been on the back foot when it comes to positioning. They do not have the advantage anymore.
Fireflux down towards that southwest side. 3 players, but 77, like you said, on that northern scope. Zadira is on his lonesome. But Magnum creeps up towards Scarface. It's a dangerous position to be as well because you're on the vehicle. Likely have an idea, but there's a tag, and that's actually huge for 77. Give them information. Another nade immediately sent over. No damage found, so they've got to guess whether he moves that over towards the left or right side. Instead of forcing more nades over that way, they are just going to back it off.
Magnum should have angle onto Scarface. He needs to be careful. Doesn't even get the re-knock. Zadira rolls out, and there's catch being found on the backline. 77 handling this breakout well, but Lux is still in the fight. Can he do something miraculous? No, of course not. 3 players hop out right on top of him, and 77 sweep Fireflux to the side. Looking strong here. 11 elims now.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice take there from 77. And great use of nades. Not to just, like, push people out of position, but just testing the waters on each tree. Trying to figure out where players were at, using it more as a scouting tool. Nice airburst on the nade that takes down Prepod. Explodes right up in his vision, but Magnum has eyes on over towards some of the players, and they're locked in position now.
3 versus 4, 77, 11 eliminations. S2G playing at 4, but he could potentially add 4 more and make it 8 if they were able to find this chicken dinner. However, they are pinned down a little bit. All of this gunfire is allowing an off angle to establish itself. Look at what Zadira's been able to do. Afforded this opportunity by everybody across the way. Marso is already down as well. And how close he is, he can start peppering this position with nades. 2 players down for S2G. And 77 looking masterful in these final circles. They may have been on the back foot, but they leant back into it and sprung off the heel. Terrific performance moving into that final zone. Took Fireflux, took S2G, didn't even break a sweat, it seemed.
Yeah, I think for 77, it was just a classic experience of taking a lot of space towards that end game, which was really quite necessary in a circle like that. You did not want to get squeezed out towards the side, so they took as much as they could, which was on that northern edge where they had the hilltop to work with. It was very smart, honestly. And then, like I said, using grenades more as scouting tools than anything to push down, and then quickly reassessing the scenario as soon as Fireflux leaves the game, because then they know they've got rid of a massive foothold. Now they need to expand into it, and that's what didn't really leave S2G too many more options. But for 77, it was just a very, very well played game, and it's sort of by the books, which is weird for 77. They don't really do this a lot.
No, it's a little bit uncharacteristic, but you do love to see it. They are going to be pretty happy with that, getting a fairly high elimination chicken dinner, and going to be adding quite a lot to their tallies, actually. I mean, they started today on 79 points, and they're going to be catapulted up fairly high based on that chicken dinner alone, potentially going to be in towards our top 6. We'll have to wait and see for the overalls in just a minute. Coops managed to get most eliminations, though, for Twisted Minds. They went down a little bit earlier, but they still managed to get quite a lot. I think the majority of them came from Coops, but I think it was 5 eliminations total from Twisted Minds and some placement points as well. So not ideal for them on their final day. As we take a look at our overalls, they still managed to get 8, 13 as well for Fireflux.
Yeah, so Fireflux don't really drop down too far. With the 9 elims, they were able to pick up this match, but it's S2G as well. So Fireflux and S2G, teams that kind of go hand in hand here from the Turkish region. Both very good squads in the past. And they certainly have had to regain those heights as of recently, because they had fallen off quite a bit. But yeah, nice game from 77. But consistency coming through from S2G and Fireflux is great to see here. And then a lot of other teams didn't really succeed all that much in this match. A lot of 3 elims, a lot of 2 elims, and just the 1 placement point for Regnum Kaya.
Again, a fairly difficult match to navigate on the circles. It was a dramatic shift at the start of the game with the move over towards the Miltopau Peninsula, and then again that hard northwest shift back up, even touching towards shelter positions on the north side, made things a little bit chaotic. And it seems like that just keeps happening here, right? It keeps taking it away from a lot of other teams and making it a tough time. Let's take a look at the damage from that match. You can see that 77 not only got the elimination counts, but they got the damage to match it up, to back up their performance. There is a really successful hold on that northern side. Fireflux doing their fair share as well, as they kept everyone over on their southeast and west side at bay to allow 77 to be so dominant in the north.
Yeah, again, I just think that it was a very by the books game from 77. And again, everything was done very correctly, which is just weird from 77, because I do think that they're a team that has just massive ups and then massive downs. And this is where they struggle with. But we've had our massive up here in that game. We're going to head to a massive down in terms of time, but a little break, and we'll be back very shortly. See you soon.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
I don't know about you, Blank, but I love a bit of PUBG Mobile, and it's time for more of it, because we got another match up for you now. We've had 1 and 2 matches today so far. We've got another Erangel coming up for you, our second in a triple bill of Erangel, in fact, and we are going to take a trip over the grassy pastures once more with the Infinix GT20 Pro, the feature that features a dual chipset and a 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, providing our teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. We're on board just then with 77, who put on a really very strong result in that last match, and they catapulted themselves up the leaderboards, Blank, up into 6th place now on the overalls.
Yeah, which is great, honestly. I did not expect that one coming out today, but for a game like that, it was very, very nice for 77. 6th place is a good place to be for themselves. I think as a team that is on equal footing right now with Fireflux in terms of their 14 maps played currently, they have a great chance, if they can keep this kind of momentum up throughout the rest of the day, to get in towards a top 5 and secure a top 5 as well, because they will be in that position for quite some time, considering that they have another day's worth of play to go for, and having that benchmark to worry about tomorrow when teams teams are playing their final day of play today. For instance, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, as well as Trovo 2030. I'm interested. I'm very, very interested. And I think that should also give 77 a boost of confidence off that last game. It's now a case of, we can catch up if we just keep playing like this.
There is a real chance for them to get up and keep pace going. Fireflux, 155 points. With the 6-match deficit, they sit, 56 points behind right now. Is it even that? No, I think it's even less. I think it's 46 points behind Na'Vi with a 6-match advantage, which, if they keep up their averages, is very closable, and in fact would be closed at this stage. So the race for the top spot certainly is on. I also would question if Na'Vi keep putting up 5-6 point games, if teams like Twisted Minds could jump up and overtake them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not extremely likely, but it is something that could happen, considering the fact that, like you say, we have just seen pretty poor match after match for Na'Vi. It's not like they're doing horribly on their initial rotate. It's just getting caught off towards the end of the game where they don't find that pickup, and that's what we're lending off the back of, like that aggressive gameplay where Na'Vi just looks for picks. If they don't find those picks, the game's kind of done off the back of their gameplay. And when you slow down a lot like this, you lose a lot of that confidence to take those risks, to take those fights, to push things to the limit. So for Na'Vi, It's a case of having that smiley attitude, that smiley mentality all the time, and just pushing it through to all the way to the end of the game, even when things get a little bit rough. But right now, they have done fantastically well, and I'd be glad to see even this kind of performance going into next week. In terms of league ranking points, though, you would want to, after having such a dominant start to week 1, end up with first place and take those 20 points of league ranking points home with you.
Falcons with another hot drop. I mean, they like to do it on Miramar. Didn't realize they had it in their wheelhouse on Erangel as well. Close to 2 players from Guild. Just the revolver there for GG, not GG. But only the pump action. Pretty effective, though, for Park, especially in this specific engagement. Wagner with the micro Uzi. I think he's got a second one on his back as well, so can just hot swap these magazines nice and fast. Not opting to put the other micro Uzi in the hands of his teammate. In comes backup. The vehicle arrives. It's a little bit slower to regroup on for Guild. But EXO is making his way over with the monster truck.
Yeah, given the backup that might very much need and be required. Ali looks for the initial nade. Gets the tag. It's huge for them. But Ragnar goes down to 0 on the side. It's a good off angle. And will open things up because that's an important position for the Falcons. And how the Falcons are all boxed into that singular spot on the backside. They don't have the information to work with, and Zero can pick up this position for himself.
He's looking for the flush, but maybe needs to cut across and look for the crossfire. Falcons able to find Wagner because Falcons did move on in whilst he was preoccupied with looking for that flush. Guild now have lost a player on the inside, a second as well as Hope sprays down with the AKM. They're trading back and forth. Ragnar does get flushed away, but I think Zero could have turned his attention to Falcons making their way through this compound and may have been able to save a teammate or two. Look at those health bars. If he tagged 1 round into each of them on their crossing, that's a different fight entirely.
Yeah, again, for Guild here, taking that off angle for Zero, as well as EXO, I don't think it was the right idea, because for Falcons, what's their one play in this situation? Right, you take down our off angle, we know there's a guy on the outside now, we're pretty sure that our only play is to take the 3v3 in the building. So playing on the outside there and taking so long to finish off that flush and not watching for the push out from the 3-story, for Guild, it is a big misplay. And I think Falcons, honestly, they get away with it because there is no forward thinking there from Guild, if that makes sense, right? They don't think, right, what's the consequence of us getting an initial knock and what can we get out of it? Is the case of, right, we got an initial knock, that's great, the fight's going well for us. Wait, they're pushing us.
Who could possibly have predicted that? There's no way that we could have known. To be fair, sometimes in the heat of the moment, you don't read into it, but this is a professional league. This is the Super League. They should be aware of how these scenarios impact each other, change the dynamic of the fight. And because of it, Falcons come out with a numbers advantage. But neither team's super happy. They're really low on loot. S2G could potentially crash into this as a third party.
And honestly, pick up a few eliminations off the back of it. I mean, Falcons not in really the best of spots to defend here. Zero getting sprayed out by Marso with the M4. Shot's not really tagging, but he's given a second chance. And not a single bullet hits this mark there. Over towards Guild.
The vehicle doing its work. Look at the smoke billowing from under the bonnet.
Shield.
Yeah, it's might just be out of action from now on, though, and S2G could chase it down. Or they could be wondering what he was there to look at. And they seem to have figured out that Falcons are in this compound ahead of them. This could be dangerous, because S2G, they've had time to get fully looted, to transition into this one, and have a good time from it.
S2G. Still setting up here with Hamzy playing forward. EXO in a weird spot where he can't really leave, but he could catch off some players. That's what was a surprise tactic. Got Twisted Minds looking to take down Brute Force as they make their exit from Nova Rep Neuer. They've been looking to hold out Brute Force for quite a while now, but both times it has been a circle that shifted over towards that northern side, and Twisted Minds thought better of making the hold on the south side of Milta this time around. Doesn't really make too much sense not to go for it. They're going to have to leave at some point over towards that western side, and Brute Force likely wants to do the same thing so they can get ahead of the curve, get rid of the challenge from behind, and then play the edge. Yeah, this is going to work out very well for Twisted Minds. I appreciate this hold.
0. Holding the staircase. Waiting for a peek from that low window as well. The two places where he's vulnerable. Looks to descend, unleashes 4, but can't quite connect with any of the shells. Hops out Marceau quicker with his version of the DBS. Will be good. Freezer for Brute Force goes down to the pan from Twisted Minds. I caught that in the elimination feed. That might have just been a flush, but either way, nasty stuff. Over on the bridge, as Guild finally polished off over on that engagement.
It's 2G. Get away with that. I mean, Falcons would have been the better prize for them. But they'll take 2 points. 77 go down to just the 3 members. You can see where Shifu currently is on the map. Kind of in the thick of it at the moment as we head over towards the eastern side, where Pachinki currently sits alongside with school and apartments. A pretty classic circle that we see a lot here. One of the more central circles in the game. Most teams pretty pleased with that one and able to get to it quite quickly. So a lot of fighting in the near future. We're not being caught off guard. This is more going to be a case of tactical engagements between squads.
Take a look at the replay here. They managed to get the pan for me. Okay, Freezer does get flushed away, and Coops picks up the loot for it. Thank you very much, production, for pulling that replay out. Yeah, Brute Force getting cut across on that crossing. 2 of them went down, so they managed to salvage as a duo. And we've seen what Brute Force can do as a duo. They've actually been fairly effective at that number size, but still far from ideal. Not what you would choose generally. Black Esports quite central onto this circle. Trying to take control of the compound. Lemon has the roll up to deal with Kakali. Spotted, hops out, and into the sightlines of Lemon. Lewis is there, so is the teammates, but is there backup coming through from Na'Vi, or do they trust Lemon to hold this corner of the compound?
I mean, for Na'Vi, it needs to be it needs to be a good game here, basically, because they are starting to fall behind, as you said. Earlier jump, nade over towards the top side. It is short on both. I knew where he was playing, and some of these grenades so far from Na'Vi have been pretty faint, but that's a nice one from Lemon. On the lower floor, Lewis sends one out to the side. It finds absolutely nothing. Poser is confirmed. A nade to stop the push from coming through, but it won't delay for long.
2 players now for Black Esports on the inside. Na'Vi continue to bombard them away. There's a nade over towards Axa. Lemon all the way through now. Running across them like a knife. Leaving crimson streaks on them as he tears through the Black Esports hold. On their corner, building a drop down though, and Lemon's hopping about. It's bunny rabbit gameplay here, but 2 of his teammates are down behind him. Na'Vi, where's the backup? There is still another player, but he's outside and Lemon goes down. Handled by Lewis. Black Esports finding Na'Vi, and again, disappointment from the top of the tables.
Yeah, I mean, there was a hold off from Na'Vi looking to deal with Heroic as they came through as well, but I think at that point, it's just a case of let's confirm this and let's sort it out right now before we start to consider what our next move is. So, Default leaves his team high and dry, assuming that the 3 players is all it'll take. Na'Vi once again with a disappointing game.
And the circle moving up to the northwest side gives a little bit of favor to Fireflux, who are playing on the compounds to the north of Pachinki, playing up against that hillside that rises down to the south of them. An opportunity again to close that gap. Na'Vi still with one player alive in default. Brute Force, they're playing as 2. Twisted Minds trying to move on in. They have 4 players for now. But Doran is caught in a little sticky situation here. Doesn't quite have the backup in place. And Neos brings Twisted Minds down to 3.
Robs. On the sides for Twisted Minds. 3 players. Rob's chasing down with a pump. A legendary shotgun player himself. Coops will finish the job for him.
Neos still behind these rocks, though. Playing the corner off against Vibes and Twisted Minds. Pops the smokes. Victor and Mozero. Moving in, but Robs has the high ground behind him. Neos kind of just keeps his head down and may be able to survive and get a little bit of value, but no, spotted. No knock sent back over towards Twisted Minds as Mozero is down as well. On this angle, a nice cook from Coops. Looks for the nade and finds a second knock, but there's shots from... I'm not entirely sure where that one came from. That was Vibes. On the back line, it must have been. Look at this from Brute. Look at the angle he's got. Such a nice crossfire, but really separated from the rest of his team. Not much you can do from that angle. Twisted Minds with the blue zone upon them. Need to get some healing done. Default with a challenge. Last stab for Na'Vi around the side of the tree. Can he find Jafar? No, he can't. And Jafar for Heroic keeps them alive for now.
I mean, he almost 1v3'd them. Just be very clear about that. Down on that south side of the map. It looked very close as well. So there's certainly a moment for Default to redeem himself. Get up to the 6th elimination mark, but it's not to be. Takes just a heavy tag on one of those peek outs. The fact that he almost gets it is kind of incredible. I'll do it myself type of vibes. Twisted Minds, he got very hairy in those moments. You can see why they're just gunning it out of here. It's not worth it to stay, and I think they were able to get one knock over towards Vibes, which means they have to stay behind. So this is the perfect moment to send out forward.
Looks like we're going to Pachinki for our final circle, unless there's 2 hard shifts in a row. Zones in. Those fields out to the west side of Pachinki. Again, very, very open. Power, I think they're holding the tower that sits on the south of those Pachinki fields. Potentially looking to try and just keep everyone into the town, because everybody's taken up residence now. Look at how many teams are in the city. Pachinki is chock-a-block right now. Traffic is a nightmare.
Yeah, it's hard to see who's playing where, really. But at least for a lot of these teams, like 77, they could even head down and play like the high ground over on that western side. And the teams on the outside, like Twisted Minds, don't necessarily have to head dead set into churches on the south. Here's that play from Lewis. Catching Flip there was kind of the big one. It is a lovely 1v3 from him.
And that door frame strafe. You love to see it. Unless you're an RV fan. I mean, they have, frankly, done enough so far this week to be able to get a really decent chunk of league ranking points out of it, but you can't help but wonder what they could have done if they kept up on the burners to the max, but instead they rest on their laurels. They're doing some laurel resting right now. Maybe they're saving some strats. They're hiding. They're hiding strats for next week, right? Surely.
Yeah, absolutely. No reason to pull them out here. They've already done pretty good, right? Surely. S2G though, over towards Vibes. This Vibes Brute. Some more shots. Twisted Minds. In comes the big crash. This is where they were trying to hold them out. Initially does not go all that well at all. Left down to Lord and Robs in a sticky situation. Has to find these knocks and does not grab them. It looks pretty dangerous for Vibes, but the 4-man advantage there certainly comes into effect versus Twisted Minds. You go down with just the 4 eliminations. Fireflux still going strong over towards the northeast, but not in position over towards the urban finish.
Look at a little replay here from Default, who nearly got that 1v3. Is it? Wait, nearly a 1v4. Got one,
Yeah,
got two, got three, and he was on a real tear there. He managed to nearly pull off a 1v4. You said 1v3. I believed you. I mean, that does exceed expectations, and credit to Default. This is why I talk about him as a workhorse. This guy has incredible skill, incredible talent. He's just kind of been overshadowed by Flip and Lemon in the current Na'Vi roster, but that clip shows you exactly what he is made of. He is sterner stuff than most in this lobby.
Yeah, I think for Default, even on the other teams he's been on, he's always been that guy that really does stand out in terms of those pretty big moments that we see from him. Now you're on Na'Vi, surrounded by some pretty damn good players. He gets to show off a little bit there. It's a shame he's not able to pick up that last Elim, because it would have been a confirm on the other two knocks as well. It's even a +4 Elim count. It was just speed and aggression that kind of caught a lot of the heroic players off guard. They were like, whoa, okay. Help.
I think they were unaware of his presence, which obviously gave him the drop on them. Which is kind of the only way you're ever going to win a 1v4. Certainly in most scenarios, anyway. But that was really quite something, even though he went down at the end, which is unfortunate. But that's a clip I'm sure he'll be very happy with, proving his worth to the Na'Vi organization. Zadira taking out Solus, so 77 again, taking on Fireflux. Looking good to kick things off, but Fireflux have got a position closer to the center, and there's an answer sent to them. Magnum goes down. Now 2 players active on both of these rosters, as it's 3v4 with 2 knocks to Fireflux and 1 knock sent back out their way. Ketch gets back up, gets re-knocked very, very quickly, and Fireflux looking pretty ropey right now. Zadira moves in, looks for the resable position. Has he got a nade? He's got 6, in fact. Needs to put one in for Lux. He's been cooking it for longer. If he gets it out before the launch comes, that's beautiful.
Nice.
But it's bouncing high and takes down Solus. Ketch is low. Scarface on the back looks to put Shifu down in the dirt as well, but Lux might eat too much damage there. Ketch is bleeding out. Fireflux are getting shredded by these nades. 77 might be taking them down with them, but in comes the roll down. Falcons in for a third party on the back. They want to spray this out. Lux is taken down. Scarface now last to stand for them. Sadira flushed away. They'll get as many points as they want from this engagement, but Falcons should just put a stopper on it.
Shifu goes for the res, and Scarface having none of it. He steps out to the side though. Very ready for that one. Not likely to get Magnum back up on his feet. We'll just leave him behind. And I think he thinks fair play to that. What a play from Shifu, though. Some great nades over the top. Could have been slightly closer. Might have enabled him to get all of his teammates up, but I think that's more than made up for by that quick sidestep that comes through from him with the S12K.
I don't think Scarface expected the res to be going off as close as it was in full view of that first peak. I think he thought it was behind the vehicle. That's where his crosshair was looking. But they were playing a little bit further forwards, and he dropped the ball a little bit. If he had the spray down there, if he was ready for that shot, there's no way that sidestep even comes through in the first place. But a bold res actually pays off in the end, even though it's just Shifu remaining. 77 up to 4 eliminations. Falcons... Sorry, Fireflux down with only 4, which is good news for Na'Vi on their gap closing potential, although it does put another 1 point behind it. So now 45 points is the split between Fireflux and Na'Vi. And remember, Na'Vi have their last games today.
Yeah, last games of the day. And for Na'Vi, it has just not gone well. I mean, I think they've done enough to sit themselves at least on the podium once the week concludes. But it doesn't bode well for week 2. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. I think a lot of other teams have just made improvements. Again, I said this yesterday and I'll say it again now. In terms of Na'Vi, came in looking like a fully formed team with a lot of synergy on side. Like they've practiced a lot, and a lot of these other teams look like it takes a little bit of time to become acclimatized the lobby, how they'd like to play it out. But they are doing much better now. For instance, Twisted Minds up to 150 points now. Those 4 eliminations they have on this map. They have seriously improved from their first innings.
Made over from Storm towards Jafar. Heroic, they are playing as 2 right now. And a conflict on the hillside. Forced to take place on the southwest edge of it because you go to the other side and all of a sudden the teams from Pochinki look out your way and take shots onto the scrap. It's not going to go well. Walsh launching nade over the top. Nicely placed, but Yekta had already repositioned away. Looks to put another one in. And that was perfectly placed. Walsh able to nail Yekta with a nade there. Sidesteps the one in return. And even managed to get nades near towards the backlines, and Dokkanma actually goes down to Power, who are on the off angle. In rolls the forward guard in the vehicle with the DBS. Jafar does go down, and Walsh now finds Storm. They keep themselves alive as 2 and take down 3 players from Foot Chaos. A small assist coming in from Power.
Yeah, again, those are the nades that we were looking for from Heroic, which really impressed us on that first day of play. Power, though, very strong position down towards the south side. I think they're one of the few teams that actually has a good position off the back of this. And it just comes with the fact that, you know, anyone playing in towards Pochinki, they had the big advantage in the sense that this goes over towards Pochinki. Teams like Power get absolutely cut out. One of the few teams that they realize there's not much room for us, so let's just take a gamble here. If the circle moves down towards the south, we likely have a very strong position to play, and we can catch off a lot of these players. They're going to be moving through the fields to the west of Pochinki. So this becomes now a very difficult circle.
This is pretty rubbish for everyone in Pochinki. Shifu has been waiting here for a while. Trovo missing the hop out, but it's not going to go unnoticed for very long. Azel does find it. I wonder if they know that that flush came through over onto the player in the tower, or if Yusuf's still going to be worried about it. Hopefully they're aware. Scouting out the field. Walsh really doesn't need to do too much maneuvering here. May just allow the teams on the inside of Pochinki to fight it off against one another, because everybody's looking for an opening out into the field.
Yeah, very likely that everyone has to make it into the field too. We head towards the last circle. It should push Power out. But everyone has to move first. Power's the only team realistically doesn't have to squeeze forward. A lot of smokes will be in play soon. For Heroic, this is going to be the villains from Power that might be requiring a sequel movie to resolve things, because I don't think Power is losing in this position to them.
Not just yet. Nobody can leave Pochinki first. It's really quite brutal. Nigma Galaxy, though, have made a breakout and seemingly found something successfully. I think they just about have a position into this next zone. Walsh, again, looking to scout around. I think he's just going to go and crash for a hay bale somewhere, and this is probably the only option that is realistic to go for Heroic. The forward position has a lot more speed. They're splitting up this rotation. Where can they actually make it to? They've managed to make a mad dash and haven't been taken down. They get to the containers. They're on the northwest side of the circle. They are in, but Trovo might be able to spot them out from the high ground. They're going to get pushed in by the blue zone as it closes.
Not sure how that happened, actually. For Heroic, even the fact that the vehicles are still working is what I would call miraculous. I mean, that's a good spray from Cattell.
Oh, hops out. Jafar versus Yusuf. The DBS takes a chunk out of his health bar. Cattell goes down next, and that's a spray across the field. Jafar keeps things going, and Yusuf is getting peppered from the high ground. Power are there, and he can get the res onto Walsh. Oh my goodness. That is insane.
The best part about this is Heroic realizes what angles they shouldn't push and what they can. And it feels like Trovo 2030 completely forgot that Power was playing inside that building, as they got panicked as Jafar starts to sit them back down from a great jump shot through the smoke. Bare glimpse of a player, and is immediately snapping onto them. Yeah, Power should win.
I don't think there's too many ways that they don't. You're right. That storm drain, though, for RCB could keep them safe. A little divot into the zone, but I think Housy's just going to put a nade right under Wild's feet. No, it goes a little bit further right. Doesn't quite catch anyone. Another one. Same position. Forcing them back in. This really does cut off the sightlines of RCB, though. So if S2G managed to create a smoke train, maybe there's something in it for them, but I mean, you need at least 2 picks towards Power to make anything work.
Yeah, I think for RCB, it's just a case of making this crossing, and S2G know they need to walk across at some point, so they're just popping grenades in at slight intervals to see if they can catch one of the crossings. They know someone's got to cross, but there wasn't 2 damage numbers. They know that Silas still has to go. Marceau looks to time this correctly as the blue shifts all the way up to Silas. He's trying to wait for it to go through himself. But S2G, now they've got to figure out how to leave.
Power trying to leave as well. RCB going to be pushed out of the storm drain, but S2G getting torn apart first. The nades are flying out, and one spray, a nade over the top as well, brings RCB down to 1. Kalsi hits the deck with a little bit of cover from Power. Heroic over to the northwest side, and they're still alive. A crawlback may be resible. Oh, steps out. Doesn't get tagged on either. Jafar just going to pick up the loot from his teammate here as we close to nothing in the next.
Honestly, if you're a lot of these teams, I might even consider just denying the points. Especially if I'm RCB. I'm about to walk out into the open. I just drop a Molotov here.
The points
Power went from 2 elims to now 9, really. So 8, sorry. With this last play out on Heroic.
Is that the denial? Oh no, he's going for it. Jafar wants some. Fidan pulled out the buggy for 1. Al-Haji on the off angle. Gets caught up in the crossfire. Managed to get the flush, I think, though, over towards Fidan. Yeah. So an extra point earned for Heroic. And I think that lived up to their namesake, a heroic effort from that west side mountain. They played as 2 for the longest time. Played Power off against the rest of the lobby. Played under their shadow. Power did take the chicken dinner in the end, but I think a little twinkle of something from Heroic there. Yeah,
for Power, this is a luck-based game. They weren't able to get towards the center of the circle, weren't able to get towards Pachinki. They take a compound that sits on the western side of the field. No one else thinks about doing that. And honestly, the circle just going to them, it's just game over for pretty much everyone else. And I think they would have liked more eliminations out from that, but a lot of the teams that were inside Pachinki were not on that same vibe. They were saying to themselves, we're going to take each other out before we leave. We're not going to give too many of these points over towards the team that has just simply got on the circle here. And again, for RCB, like I said, I think they had a Molotov on side. Realistically, they should have denied the 3 elims. I don't think they were getting much further than that coming out from that storm drain. For Heroic, it's somewhat more acceptable that they don't deny, just because they're able to get the 1 elimination off the back of it. So it trades back and forwards for them.
Yeah, it was a really quite mucky finish for all the teams in Pachinki getting out to those fields. And there's very little you can do. You're right, it is just through and through their game. But S2G did pretty well as well to be able to get late into the game. 4 eliminations for Swash, and able to get a nade elimination and top damage as well. Really well played from Pachinki for them, but they didn't even manage to outlast Heroic out in the field. So sometimes you can do as well as you like. It's just not going to go your way. Power 18, Heroic on 12.
Yeah, very limited amount of points for the top side of the lobby. You can see as we head down, 4th place even got 10 eliminations, breaking double digits into 5, 5, 5, and 5 for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place in terms of points available. But yeah, so kind of a very evenly spread match from Pachinki, where the circle goes completely opposite from what most people assumed. And Power benefits Not only from the fact that they choose that location, because no one else is opting to play on the edge of the circle. They're all just instantly heading towards the center, which was Pochinki. And I think that's the difficulty with central play in urban areas. Once you're in there for good. Especially versus so many other teams, it's not likely that you're all going to leave. And so one team is just getting points for free. In this case, it was Power.
Able to scoop all those up, put them in a goodie bag, take them home for tea. And they'll be pretty happy to add that to the tallies. Again, Power, they're coming in off a rest day. They're coming in with Heroic and with Fireflux and Foot Chaos Esports as well. And so far, we've seen Fireflux come back fresh with a chicken dinner. We've seen Power as well do very well along with Heroic. Is it Foot Chaos's turn next? We'll have to wait and see. We've got a break, then we'll be coming back with, wait a minute, it's going to be the Warehouse Challenge. Don't go anywhere. we have got a special little halftime treat for you. That's right. It is the Warehouse TDM coming right at you fairly soon. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are ready to get into some legendary team deathmatch action to break up the day a little bit, to change the pace, to elongate it. More content for your eyeballs. What's not to love?
Yeah, the best action only here on Warehouse, with our two teams that will be playing against one another for $500. A nice additional amount that you can get for yourself going into today, which is nice to see. And I mean, honestly, our last few days of play in terms of the TDM Warehouse shenanigans have been pretty damn good. Let's take a look at our format, how it all breaks down. I think we've just gone over it. We can do it again. Let's do it again.
I, for
Check
one,
it out.
just
It's coming.
I
It's
needed a little reminder. I'm a visual learner, so I'm going to read it instead this time around. It says MVP of the day. So the MVP from yesterday picks a team to challenge today. Okay, cool, got it. And then they'll fight 4v4 on the warehouse map. Okay, for $500. You're right. That is exactly what you just said.
Thanks. I appreciate that. So it will be today Enigma Galaxy, because it was Lord yesterday who was our MVP, going up against Trovo 2030. Decided to challenge them. We thought they'd challenge Enigma Galaxy. It's not to be. They're not having the grudge match, which I was somewhat sad about. But what can you do? The end of the day, it's up to them. They think they can take on Trovo 2030. They think their playstyle works to get up against them. You might be looking at an easy $500 here. I think for Twisted Minds, though, they have an incredible squad of fraggers. I think all of them are going to be pretty damn good at Warehouse. So I'm going with a Twisted Minds win here. What do you think, Joe?
I think I would be silly to disagree with you in that scenario, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's got to be the Green Lions, Trovo 2030.
All right.
Yeah,
fair
absolutely.
enough. They got pretty well off, didn't they, on the old color wheel in terms of the purple logo. The purple colouring and the green logo.
This is the thing.
Nice match.
This is the thing as well, right? Who wins in a fight? A squishy brain or a literal lion? You know?
Depends how smart that brain is.
Oh,
Has it
that's
made
true.
guns?
Has it made guns? How's it going to pull the trigger? Huh? What, it's going to wrap it's going to wrap the amygdala around the trigger? I don't think so. Don't be silly.
That's right. You not seen the little Twisted Minds mascot? That's what it's going to do. There he is.
Oh.
He doesn't have fingers, though, so maybe my argument is flawed.
He does not look very intelligent, that mascot.
What the hell? What the heck?
He's just head empty. Time for mascot-based activities.
And the whole point is that he's not a smooth brain. Twisted mind.
Oh, he's wrinkled.
Yeah. All right, P90s and shotguns.
And nades.
And nades.
And sliding.
And sliding. I don't know what the criteria is anymore.
Sometimes they randomly appear, and we have no idea why. But either way.
It's very basic sometimes, with just scars on scars, and then sometimes there's M114s, P90s. I feel like being able to use a P90 is somewhat unfair.
I mean, if everyone can use it, then sure. 4 points gained for, I believe that's Twisted Minds in blue, and Trovo 2030. They're on 3, but trust me, they're going to get way more.
I like that everyone's got P90s but Rob's, the shotgun maestro.
Well, if they get close to him. Bang, bang. Twisted Minds, they do have an early lead. Nice little slide out from Yusuf. Looked very cinematic and cool. However, not super effective.
Yeah, this is just me.
This is cyberbullying.
Yeah, P90s versus M114s. And nades, you tell me? And grozers? That's pretty amusing. I like it, though. It spices things up a bit.
It does. I mean, nades, in general, change the dynamic of it. It forces you to be a lot more mobile in the middle of this match, right? Because you cannot just sit in a corner and go for spray down after spray down on a corner. You do get displaced by those nades, and immediately as soon as you take someone down, they got a refresh on that nade. They can put a little bit more in. 16-8 though for Twisted Minds. going pretty well. Trovo trying to bring this one back, but not super successfully. 6 eliminations behind.
Trovo's doing their best to pick up as many P90s as they can find. Once Twisted Minds do lose a member or two. Cattell on 0 elims so far. Marcelo putting in the majority of the work. Rob's around the corner with the M114. Looks for the second. It's hard to go up against Rob's when he's got a shotgun in his hands. And M249 in the back pocket too. He's having some heavy weaponry on side and some big muscles to carry those around.
Marcelo tries to be sneaky with it, but Coops is too quick. Will snap him as he tries to go on the swivel. 22-13. Now at a 9-point advantage. And he continues to trade back and forth. Rob's mashing the shoot button there, but actually gets caught with his very own shotgun. Oh, very sad.
They've evened it up, actually. 17-23. More nades heading over towards Marcelo, but he's dodging them artfully over towards that side of the map. And he's becoming a real problem because they're running out of nades now to get rid of him. They're able to get rid of Yusuf, but again, Marcelo around the corner. Man, this guy's putting on a show for us. And Lord finally takes him down, but on a sliver of HP.
6-point deficit. Yusuf has the nade, cooking it over towards Doran, pops it around the corner, takes him low, but doesn't get the elimination point there. Coops has the high ground, spotted out by Yusuf. They try and put one back over to him, but the cook isn't quite right. Sliding not quite into the door, but repositions well.
Doran takes some shots, tries to catch the headshot angle, but unable to do it is Trovo, all set up inside of middle. Over toward the sides. It's all got very quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think everyone's run out of nades.
Yeah. Now we're back to camping. Chop chop.
Yusuf? I mean,
Someone's got to do something.
The impetus is on Trovo 2030, right? They have to make a move. And that was what Robs was waiting for. Immediately humbles him. Yusuf pushing forwards. That means he does respawn with an aid. And there is an answer over towards Coops and towards Doran as well. Looking for Lord. And they're now 4 points behind. A little 1-2-3 switcheroo. But Marcelo, yeah, he steps into Robs' sightlines. Ragnarok close up. Getting Robs on the boxes might be advantageous. Yusuf able to go 1-for-1. And they're still, well, now 4 points behind again, but that's opened up to 5 as the nades come back for Twisted Minds.
Ragnarok on the side with a nice slide into a spray. Twisted Minds trying to play the center of the circle here. Allowing Trovo 2030 to push into them, but now they claim a lot of space and Robs is out in the open. This nade has to be good. Doesn't get a lot of damage done, and now Twisted Minds forced back into their own base.
What is going on? Yusuf is going to need some new trousers after all the sliding around he's been doing. Goodness me. Coops trying to slither his way back on in, but now it's only a 3-point difference between these two teams, and Trovo 2030 giving a little bit of resistance now to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Marcelo, 15 eliminations, has gone crazy this game. Robs looks to cook the nade just correctly, but not quite finishing off the player there, and with the self-health regen, doesn't mean a lot in the grand scheme of things. 3 minutes though on the clock. We're wearing down the timer.
Ooh, an AWM for Ragnarok. Look at that. Nade goes high. Tags small damage. Oh, he spots Coops with the AWM. Robs is waiting for the peak here. He knows he's behind there though. Like, he absolutely knows. Oh, goes to the no scope. Ragnarok has a nade sent his way. There's a spray down. 2 points behind. He wants a bit more. He knows Coops is in the back there. Daring him to peek. Ragnarok gets back to cover. Not able to tag on. He's only got 2 rounds left in the AWM. Robs has the challenge, and Cattell actually wins that one out.
Thing is that
there's another nade.
Yeah, the thing is that Nick McAllister, you just need to stay at least 1 point ahead. If they can, like, draw the timer down to the point where there's only 4 eliminations available, it doesn't really matter It's a play style. Pretty mean. But it does work.
3 eliminations away now. 4
They're
Twisted
just
Minds.
trading up.
I mean, yeah, that's what you need to do, though. You have a 2-point advantage. As long as you don't go 2 points down on an engagement, you're going to be laughing. You only need 3 of them. Yusuf caught with a nadeable position, and Coops takes his head off. Shots from Robs, connects as well, and that's 39 found. It's just on the door frame for Twisted Minds, but 1-2 go down, and actually there's an opening. Is there a chance that they take this one back away? The nades are back in, 39-38, and Trovo are looking for more. They're looking to try and close this one down. Everybody biding their time and forced all the way back to spawn. This is nasty stuff.
It's so silly.
Make him sweat.
I mean, I guess $500 is $500, man. Whatever you need to do. This is some class act camping.
This is, yeah, okay. Normally, I don't like people throwing out the camping accusations, but this is absolutely top tier. A minute and a half. I wonder if they've got any nades. Ragnarok seems to have figured something out.
I mean, there are nades available for Coops. He's probably just going to nade the door. They just need one elim.
That is true.
As long as he nades the right door, it's fine. And I mean, they'll have to pull something off. So if he just pulls the pin around about 30 seconds in, boom.
Oh, they know Lord's there. He's got the right shoulder peek. Oh, through the logs. Nearly gets the game winner. Yusuf up and into the nade position. Coops has the cook. Looks for the launch. Yusuf repositions away from it. Masterfully handled there. But 45 seconds left, and they need to push in. They need to find these shots. Going out wide, looking for a long angle. Ragnarok and Yusuf playing 1-2 on the sidelines. Ragnarok's up close now. They're right up to the wall. The slide's in. And will they find it? Yes, they do. Right towards the back lines. Coop spots Marcelo, and through it all, he threads the needle. Twisted Minds. Deserve the win? Not sure, but they get it nonetheless.
Kind of wanted to see the faces coming through from Trovo 2030. Really. I mean, Lord looks cheeky there. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I'm glad that, you know, at least Twisted Mind show us exactly what Warehouse is all about and what it can be about. Again, even if you match up by 2 elims, doesn't matter. As long as you just camp it out, trade up, pretty much you just need an initial lead is what Twisted Mind's trying to say. Just an initial lead and it's done. So, yeah. Tough stuff.
So, we've got 5 more points than you. Sucks for you, bozo. Come to our sport. See what
we win.
See what you find.
25-20, it's over.
I mean,
apparently.
That's the format. That's the format, isn't it? Right? Like, you can't really do too much about that. So, if that's just how it goes, that's how it goes. What are you going to do?
Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles. Well, yeah, in the meantime, $500 to them. And we're going to take a 500-minute break. I'm joking. It's going to be short. We'll be back soon for match 4 on our angle. See you there.
I'm going for 500 minutes. You can't keep me.
No, don't do it.
We are heading into our next match. Oh, don't look at me like that. I saw you lose that TDM. I know what you're doing. Okay, that's more like it. Yeah, more appropriate response. Head in hands. Especially losing to a strat like that. Twisted Minds. Playing nasty with it on the TDM in the warehouse. But we're going to be going to our last Erangel of the day. Blank. Map number 3 of Erangel. 4 overall. Little handshake for Foot Chaos. They have yet to really do big step-ups today.
Yeah, I think for Footballers Chaos, it's been pretty lackluster so far. I'm hoping for something more from the team, but at the moment it's just get picked off one by one as we go through. Infinix GT20 Pro, this is our official smartphone sponsor here over at the PMSL EMEA 2024, featuring a dual chipset, 144 Hertz, beautiful AMOLED display. So if you want to get yourself a brand new spanking phone, the Infinix GT20 Pro might just be your choice.
Certainly would be. All of the players having it at their fingertips, and you've seen what they've been able to do with it. Performance of your own fingers not guaranteed, but the phone won't let you down, that's for certain.
Yeah, only blame yourself, not the tools.
Unless you're not using the Infinix GT20 Pro, in which case it's totally the phone's fault.
Yeah, exactly. So you might want to keep a hold of your old phone, just for now, in case you want some blame-free gameplay.
Oh dear.
But Erangel, we're getting started with it pretty quickly, pretty sharpish, with a west to east playing path over the northern edge of the map here, from Hospital over towards Yasnaya and Kameshki. And most teams and players should be able to get where they want to go. Even if you're heading down towards Sosnovka here, you can actually drop out early along Ferry Pier, potentially get some vehicles on that side, and then move out over towards Novorepnoye later. Blaze Pro not playing Primos this time around, so another team who could take up position down there if they liked.
Looks like
if it's been agreed upon.
I mean, Heroic might just go as far as going to Primorsk this time around. I mean, the playing path seems to favour it. They'll have seen no other parachutes are out around them. You can split that west side, sure, but grab all the loot you want in Primorsk and get on your way. Na'Vi going to try and grab some vehicles, likely try and head down to that military base for a little jaunt across to the island, but Power fairly close by and won't be zero worry. Looks like it might be a little hot drop between an outpost for Power and Na'Vi, but yeah, Fidan gets the vehicle first, and there's really nothing to say there. So Satan, though, on that south point for Power, and actually close to another Na'Vi player. A west circle, this area around Gatka, very important to get control of now.
Yeah, I don't like this play from Satan personally. I think that the south split is fair enough, but it's playing path dependent. Is what I'd like to say. I mean, he's caught himself a vehicle there, but it very easily can be a case where a full team drops on that vehicle on this playing path and you just get cut up. So again, I'm not sure about that one. Ali maybe looks to the flush here. Freezer luckily is clean with the shots, and they'll keep one of their players alive. Will Brute Force. It's a hot drop from Brute Force onto Falcons, by the way.
Yeah, everyone up in Severny here. Brute Force seems like they're doing the world tour. Park next up for the fight. Freezer, I think, naded a lot of damage onto himself, but Park not quite connecting with the double barrel. Swaps out for the M4 in the close range. And Brute Force are still winning this. Still winning this engagement as Falcons. It's impacting a little bit. They've lost one. And they're very grouped up here. Fully surrounded. Freezer on the outside of the building. Hops back on in. As there's bandages starting to come on through. These early scraps. Oh, can get messy without the healing, but that is a beautiful little headshot threaded through towards the back lines of Brute Force. Takes down Chudo. Now around the side of the building, they're trying to find an opening. Ragnar not making a move. Freezer has the nade from up at the top of the stairs. I think they heard the pin pull, but it's out into the yard. Not connecting fully. And Park weathers the storm once more. A reposition to look for the res on Brute Force.
It's a nice bounce on the nade, actually. Huge shot comes through from pre-pod. Freezer drops down. Peek through that doorway. Ready for when Falcons do make an appearance. Nice shot from Spark. Now it's just Freezer who has to pull something off, gets taken down, and Brute Force's chances are being washed away.
Neos thought he had it all. His teammates couldn't capitalize. Ragnar nearly gets caught at a bold vault over the short wall, but will stay safe for just a moment longer. 2 players to worry about, and low HP bars. This is what I was talking about. Getting messy with the healing means that you do start to just go for these coin flip engagements in the end. And as your numbers start to dwindle, it means that one of the players on the enemy team can start to break out, look for a little bit of loot here and there. They get a lot more freedom. And eventually that just outweighs any advantage you may have had before.
Ragnar goes down to Chudo. It's a nice shot from him, but so incredibly low. Likely Niels is going to bleed out, and Brute Force not going to break the triple digits this game for themselves. Falcons similarly will be falling further short in 13th place. In the meantime, it has been a Western circle heading over towards the side that encompasses both North George as well as Hospital. So we could still head further north. Smoke for Neos to attempt to grab some more weaponry, or at least get to the other side of the building.
He's got something. But is it going to be enough? Drops down. That is a really bold decision to go for it. There's both barrels now empty, but Neos caught on a cross park. Should be able to finish that off safely as well. Now, it is just Judo on the back line. Popping away. He's been slowly looting up on the off angle for a while now. Finds some ammo. Swaps his weapons around so that he's got some firepower behind it.
Yeah, still a 1v2. That's just an awkward fight up towards Severny now. Both teams, it's bad. 77 rotating in alongside with Trovo 2030. Heading up from that south side of the map to get something a little bit closer towards Everest. Passing by on Ruins. It's technically the central position the map might want to even take up towards Castle. That should keep you in the circle for a long time. Just kind of be able to twiddle your thumbs for a bit. Get some scouting done early though from Shifu. Fair enough.
God, it is just time and time again you see this entire lobby play about a phase ahead in terms of the size of the land that is primarily occupied. Everybody crunching towards that middle. A few stragglers, but on first phase, I mean, fair enough. You want an opportunity to break north of the river should it be necessary. You can get hard north shifts here. So you want to be close enough to that river to make it happen. If the timing is right for you. West Coast for Heroic. They've been out here for a while. They split loot around that Primorsk area, around Quarry. Should be nice and healthily supplied and provisioned. And they will be able to eat up one more elimination. There's no way that you get Weiss back there.
Yeah, it's a nice off angle from Heroic. Immediately takes down the player from Vibes. As Falcons eliminated. So, Brute Force, yeah, 4 eliminations. Well done to Chudo.
Okay.
Effectively hit that 1v2. Unfortunately, S2G rock up towards Severny. They've heard the gunshots.
They will try and catch the last rat fleeing Severny now. They've laid the traps. See if the cheese is pungent enough to lure him out of hiding. I don't think he's going to go too without too much caution. Guild swinging around the north side could also find him and take care of Judo. In the meantime, RCB moving in towards Ralph from Enigma Galaxy. A drive-by and a hop out from Azel for the flush. Doesn't quite catch the tires on the buggy. The rest of Enigma Galaxy trying to get on their way. Snowick's out of there. He picks up the enemy vehicle, puts it in the pocket, and RCB, they pick up a point, and they grab an extra car as well.
Yeah, for RCB, that's a pretty easy pickup for yourself. You'll take it. I mean, while going down, not exactly what you'd want to see happen. Guild also pushing through Taverny. And S2G haven't moved yet. And a north shift on the circle up towards Georgia Pole. Everyone stops fighting. Everyone stops firing because it's time to move.
Enigma Galaxy pushing in on the eastern side. Hot on the heels is Foot Chaos. Sprayed back. Small dodge. Disengage. Reposition for a fight on the southwest side. There's Fireflux. All in the same vehicle. I really don't like to see it. And with Fireflux surrounded by two teams, it's really, really dangerous here. They're in open ground. All four in the same car. They could come late cropper here. But they managed to careen into the containers, and in they go. Safe for the time being. They can move along the north side, but they're spun out. They have to drop out outside of the warehouse and try and take cover here.
Yeah, for Scarface. Fireflux. Honestly, 159 points. We can continue that trend from earlier today. They still have a lot of work to put in if they want to catch up towards Na'Vi. But Na'Vi needs to stop hemorrhaging players in the first couple of minutes of the game. Really frustrating for them. Yeah, Twisted Minds here on our screens. Quite a decent spot over in the apartment area towards the south side of North George. With crates over towards the eastern side, which is a little bit more messy to play in, but still definitely doable. Plenty of loot in that area as well, so if you were moving over here early, you didn't get a lot of time, a lot of chance to get looted up, then you can still grab yourself a fair bit of extras.
Coops suppressing fire down south this shift. Annoyingly, I suppose, for what we've sort of criticized this lobby for. Paying dividends out for the teams that slammed Central early, as fast as they could. But very few on the northern shore. S2G. They find a lot less resistance than they're expecting here in North George. As they crash into the north edge. They only have 2 players, though. Was that Guild that took 2? It was. On their rotation through past Severny. S2G lost 2 of their players to Guild. And Guild playing on this north side. If the circle pops up, they're going to be happy bunnies.
Yes, they are. Circle south side. Twisted Minds and Trover 2030, you just faced off against one another in that match. Get themselves some really strong positions to work with. Trover 2030 can control the bridge side, get themselves a lot of eliminations off the back of that. Twisted Minds a little less elimination heavy, but very safe still. A ton of water in this circle. So we are cutting out landmass really quickly.
Really are. RCB managed to get in right next door to Twisted Minds without any slowdown, without any resistance, seemingly. They've been allowed to stay. Had the door opened for them almost. On the north side, S2G crossing the bridge, and that's the sort of welcome you want to be giving to teams trying to move in next door to you. Both RCB and Trovo 2030 taking shots out their way. And S2G, just the one player now, actually, Hamzy. By the bridge, though, and a decently safe position. 77, crash in on the north shore above Trovo 2030. They've managed to take some buildings and actually fairly safe for just the moment. Those crates as well over out on the east. Still chock-a-block, got 3 teams over there. You've got Enigma Galaxy, you've got Black Esports and Fireflux as well, playing in the containers on the east side of this circle.
Yeah, Fireflux currently control the west side containers though in the warehouses, so at least they'll be able to try and set up a barricade between them and Black Esports and Enigma Galaxy. Hold those teams out, potentially have a chance to get up towards a high ground that sits just to the west of them and play from there on the rest of the game. Certainly possible, but it will require them to have 2 comfortable fights versus Black Esports and Enigma Galaxy. Any teams at your back here on the eastern side are going to make that play a lot more difficult. Guild and Footballist Chaos over towards the north side of the map, still in North George. That's a tougher story.
Ooh, Na'Vi have a fight on their hands against Vibes here. They've lost 1, but they're exacting the toll for it. Picking up their first elimination of the match in Hospital. Vibes, they're very, very split right now. The last player, Victor, is all the way over to closer to containers than Hospital right now. Guild, they've been slowly swinging around on the north side, and Foot Chaos as well may have to meet one another as they go for a crossing. There's very few places to go across this bridge to, right? If you go across this bridge, you're kind of committing to playing on the bridge, I think, at this point, and Foot Chaos may be looking to do just that, or they could potentially go for a wide wrap and crash in towards crates or something, but that's a really very risky decision to make.
Yeah, and again, it's not an ideal position to crash into, considering it's outside the circle, but sometimes you don't really have much choice, and that's the only landmass in terms of a capable rotation where you'd have to get across the river, but then Black Esports likely to take you down. Very, very rough. Wow. Fireflux tried to make that cross. I think Power just destroyed them in the vehicles.
Yep. It was not pretty. I think they all went in the same vehicle, if I'm not mistaken, because they only had the one on the roll-up. And that could have been what caused it. Guild, they've got a roll-up of their own. They got across the bridge immediately. Foot Chaos were there ahead of them. I didn't even catch Foot Chaos crossing, but they do. Guild, still all 4 of them alive for now. They've managed to claim a building down the stairs, and they tumbles to the feet of Exo and will take him down because Trovo are here to hold. 2 players now down for Guild as a second nade finds its mark. Onto Zero. Nade's catapulted back in through the door frame to find another knock. Looking for an answer, but not really anything to find. Zero is down, and the nades have flushed out Exo as well. GG not GG down, and that's a beautiful nade from across the road. Right in and on the money. Wagner is out, and that is the last player standing for Guild. GG not GG, with a nade to bounce around the side, and that's Trovo 2030 holding their nerve and holding their building.
Yeah, I mean, for Footballers Chaos, I'm glad, actually, that they're able to stick it out in that one, because they got across first, and then Guild had hoped to capitalize on the fact that they could get in during all the chaos. It's not meant to be, though, as they go far over towards Trovo 2030's building. Gamble, that it might still be free. Nice nade from Kevin over towards Default, who's playing on the outside, and Na'Vi yet again loses another player.
Heroic. Maintaining the hills to the south of Na'Vi. With Fireflux out, a chance for Na'Vi to open that lead back up again, but they're on 2 players. Default. Down, Lemon down as well. It's up to Flip and Axa, and Flip's doing well. Volt does fall. A slow roll in the vehicle. An easy spray down, really, for Flip, all things considered. No suppression from that high ground angle. There was no cover for that reposition, so not entirely sure they should have been going for that. Enigma Galaxy try and move out and get in the way of this as well. Because look at that position that they have on the north side. RCB, though, spot that. Take shots out of their way, find the knock.
Yeah, silences the deck. Na'Vi. You got Flip still alive, Axa still up, but I don't know. For Na'Vi, it's just felt pretty lackluster today, even more so compared to yesterday.
Where are Heroic? What is going on? Look at that camera. Did you see that?
No. Yeah, they've got you far down in apartments as well.
No, I mean on their webcam, on their player camera.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
In a completely dark room. Like you just see the faces of them illuminated by the Infinix GT20 Pros.
That's how you got to play him.
So you burn your retinas.
It's like
that's what happens
like
there.
a sensory deprivation box.
Oh yeah.
You're only experiencing the PUBG Mobile. It's like you're in the game.
Whoa. That's crazy.
Next, we'll get VR headsets.
Those haptic feedback suits from like Ready Player One.
Yeah. You are now you are fully controlling PUBG Mobile.
That's right.
Power again with a strong spot over towards that eastern edge. And they're just picking like the compound that no one really wants. They'll happily take it and play it. Most teams were certain this is going to end over towards apartments. But again, a huge amount of teams just try and confirm onto this position. Now you're suffering because there's too many squads here. Footballers Chaos, Trovo, Twisted Mind, 77. All trying to play this central play style. And I guess you sort of have to on a circle like this. But Heroic's got a whole complex to themselves, technically, over towards that northwest side, which I think Walsh is now looking to regroup on.
Yeah, there's not too many of the Heroic boys left, but they've lost one. Kevin staying back over towards Hospital. Enigma Galaxy playing in its shadow on the north side. Black Esports trying to move around. This is that high ground that you were talking about, potential for Fireflux to have transition to. Black Esports currently hold this now, but everybody on the inside is going to watch for that roll down. As soon as they crest that ridgeline, Zadira immediately dispatches them. I don't think there's any real way they get down without losing at least one of their players. You can see they're healing up in preparation. Kakali and Toshbek, 2 players alive for Black Esports. Potential to find an opening pick, but they just want to go for the roll down on the vehicles. There is that building just down on the left-hand side of the screen as we saw it there. I think that's what they're going to go for. Go directly along the roadside, but yeah, Toshbek goes down. Shifu has the cut across. Kakali does manage to make it, though. They lose a player, but they get through. No, take that back. Twisted Minds have the angle. Yeah,
again, it's the exact same building that Fireflux tried to go for as well. I genuinely think that the smart move is that, you know, they really not getting through from that position. It's too many angles. You drop over down into the water and you try and make your way around on the western side, which is exactly what Brute Force did, just Tudor in the water. And now he's got position inside the apartment complex. And you could have waited on that spot with Fireflux for quite a while. Trovo, though, 2030. Football is chaos around the corner. Storm attempting to drop the lightning bolts, but it's the fire instead. And it's a firestorm that will take him down.
Goodness me. Trovo 2030. They lose Ragnarok, though, in the process. And on the northern side, they're going to have to fight through. This is poor timing to lose a player. 77 right next to them as well. All going to have to push down south. Next circle just about to come in. As Twisted Minds are in their way, so are RCB. Slams straight on top of RCB, and this is great news for the teams actually on that northern grouping of buildings, right? Because a lot of the ground was down south before this, but now they have a little bit more hope that it's going to end up over on one of their complexes. RCB, the most likely.
Yeah, this is nice for a lot of teams that move towards the north side for the first time. Today, it's been a case of where most players assumed it would end up. It has headed towards in terms of that urban finish. We've had a lot of urban finishes. Shifu, though, with another nade, packs a lot of damage in. Still 3 players from the guys on 77. That looks to be quite nice.
He knows exactly how to handle these nades. Spots a player with a nade in his hand, and he can't get away. Shifu tears through Trovo 2030, and 77 continue just beating on these teams around them. 9 eliminations found for 77. That puts them up to 118 points on the northern side, with the placements yet to come.
Very nicely done. They know that Shudo's in there. Just a little here. Actually walks out. Did not want to let the second pin come through. Kevin's like, damn, I've got to move into attack mode here immediately. But a daring play from Shudo to hear the pin pulled and just run at him.
That's quite something there, to be able to pull out the shotgun, win that trade out. Nicely found. Heroic still as 3. 77 though. The Gladiators so far 9 eliminations on the north side. Gonna have to push down south through this next set of buildings. RCB holds central. They only have 3 eliminations right now. There's 5 on side for power. And you talked about how they like to take those compounds when no one else is challenging. Looks like they're going to have to be shunted out of that, though. And this is the flip side of that decision, where they have to make a move. And it looks like they want to go towards hospital.
Yeah, taking the high ground's not a bad idea. Looking down towards the apartments itself, I think that's a smart move from Power. Hospital doesn't have all that much advantage to them right now, but this high ground ridge does. If the circle moves down towards the south, they have such a good time just in terms of, you know, take shots at players that are all trying to scramble out from apartments. So again, another gambit here from Power.
RV, they lost some players earlier to the fight with Vibes. I think there were some shots from across the way. Enigma Galaxy in the way downhill as well. In the reception building. They have got nades. I wonder who they're going to try and launch that. Are they going to go uphill towards Na'Vi? Are they going to throw them out towards Heroic, I think? Are they just trying to gather information with those nades? It seems like maybe a little bit of a waste.
Yeah. Somewhat so. Yeah, just wait for this next shift. And it goes dead central. RCB still have a great chance in this game to make something good out of it. Na'Vi is stay chillingly cold on that south side. Same way their gameplay feels at the moment. It is not hot, it's not fresh.
2 players alive, Flip and Axa on the south. They move away. They know Power is on that high ground and they can't really do too much there. But Heroic have the low ground and they've got the angles on the run out. First knock over towards Flip. Power's also looking out this way. With Hospital actually being taken out of the equation here, this is a really real advantage for Power as they realize that presence that they can have. They can peak up a little bit higher, play the full plateau of that ridgeline. Maybe even send for the crash. They're going in. They want to go straight towards Enigma Galaxy, and they might just have the opportunity to do so. 2 players crash in right behind them. It's going to be chaos. It's going to be chaos all the way through. Flip goes down first, and immediately Na'Vi are dispatched. But on the inside, El Hadji's down in the face of it. Easy tries to back him up, but his teammate's already flushed. Redox holds. Enigma Galaxy with Na'Vi's chaotic send into the midst of that push. Find an opening. 2 players on the in, 3 on the out, and there's an off angle. RCB spot easy. A nade in as well takes him low. Fadon found, and Power cannot make the move. It's Enigma Galaxy to weather the storm for just a moment longer. Heroic, though, want a piece of the pie. They're on in, and RCB can continue to third party. The off angles are insane down towards the south.
Yeah, I guess the only reason you want to go for this is so that you can potentially be the only member on that south side should a south side shift come through. Heroic realizes the next circle's likely going to be the one to kill them off. But Enigma Galaxy still going strong. Narvalo, final member remaining, but it's Jafar with a side swipe on the window. And he'll shut the blinds on that one. Enigma Galaxy and Heroic can move a little bit further.
Just a touch, though, because this outside is very unlikely to get that advantage, but I take that back. Look at how much that's just earned him. RCB, though, I think their buildings are still in. I think Twisted Minds might have a building in as well. That is still under their control. 77, however, definitely out in the cold. The question is, which direction do they go? Which decision do they take? Do they go RCB's way, or do they go Twisted Minds' way? Coops really doesn't want them to come out this way, and he puts himself behind this low wall. 77, I think they go down here and now. This nade might even be the one to do it. Actually, that goes really short. Not too sure about that decision on the nade, but pops the Molotov in. I think that's tagged at least one. Shifu goes down to Silas's Molotov, and Zadira and Limbo Boom left 2 players alive at 77.
It's a nice nade. A hefty amount of damage. Pushes him straight into Silas's sightlines. As Zadira responds in kind. Terrifying experience for Twisted Minds up to 5 eliminations. This has been a great day for Twisted Minds. And again, this is a great team to follow in terms of just their improvement over the days that we've been watching them.
Coops leading the charge over towards RCB. Loxy hits the deck. Nade cooking as well as one in the backline for Ezel. Twisted Minds are being careful here. The nade goes to the lower floors. RCB are losing players. Doran finds an opener to Loxy. Ezel and the backline's going low as well. Is there an answer towards Twisted Minds? Because Lord is already down, but it's just now Ezel at the back. No first aids either. The auto shotty on the inside. There's an off angle to worry about for Jafar, who could potentially find a Twisted Minds player and make it possible on the south edge. Spray down. Robs goes low. The play down takes Silas. The play zone takes Silas out of the game, and Doran falls too. This is a chance for Jafar to have a real chicken dinner on this match as Robs goes in, finds a second, and that is going to take the final player down for RCB. It's a 1v2. A chance to strike to the middle, but Jafar still on the inside behind the vehicles. Drops a smoke, allows him to get a little bit closer forwards.
I mean, I'm not sure why Jafar is dropping smokes. He has the inside track, right? He knows when they're going to leave. I guess he wants to get up towards that tree. They have to push into him. Certainly curious. Nade's going across towards the middle side. Nade's far for Jafar itself. Gets up to the tree line, it looks like. But Coops is just jumping his way across to get the side swipe. Smart stuff. And the smokes... Actually, this is a big play from Coops.
And the fact that he's managed to do it as well. I mean, Jafar dies. There's no two ways about it. Coops takes him down. A brilliant little hop out there. Leveraging that smoke. Knows he's going to be playing behind it or inside of it in a 1 versus 2 scenario. And makes a bold play. And it pays off. Twisted Minds take a chicken dinner. I thought that Jafar may be able to do something there with the nades that he had in hand. But he was absolutely outclassed by Coops in that final moment.
Well, I think it's just a different strategy, right? Because, or at least the wrong strategy. Because for Twisted Minds, they realize we need to drop down smokes. We need to get towards the center of the circle because whoever's playing in that south side building, they've got a big old wall to play off the back of. And we just have open area. So the smokes are going to fade and we need to cross. So realistically for Jafar, you need to just drop a smoke wall in front of him and then watch out towards the east side off the back of some cover. That was his only hope. I think that the play he goes for is the snake play, which is not the right one when you're in a 2v1. You have to fight that. You can't just lie down in the middle of the smoke. It was either that or push up towards the tree on the left. Like, those are his two plays. And then watch out for the push coming through from Coops. I don't know. It was a weird one for me because it felt like Jafar, well, he quite literally did just lie down and die at the end.
It was unfortunate. I mean, he didn't expect Coops to be there, right? He thought they'd be a little bit more cautious on the road cross. But he was just, Coops was like, I'm just going to go and kill this guy.
Well,
like, there's no...
He walled it off for him. Like, he walled off towards the right as well. So it's like, Coops is like, okay, thank you.
Yeah. It was really kind of him. Very polite. Very demure.
Yeah. Why is this demure thing?
What?
What is that?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. I heard you say it like 5 times so far. I have no clue what it is. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Fouls the damage for Zadira though. 77. Actually popping off quite a bit. Shifu on grenade eliminations at 2. So yeah, I think for 77 they had a good run of it on that north side. It's hard to push all the way down.
We saw this early hot drop from Falcons and Brute Force up in Severny. And it was kind of not great news for Falcons. It seems like they've been hot dropping more games than not now. And I think it's time to change. Time to find a new strategy that doesn't involve losing players very early into the match. We'll see if they can adapt to it. A lot of fighting for these compounds. We saw Fireflux not able to go for a crash out from containers. And again, a lot of this is decided by the fact that this lobby is so central, right? A lot of these central positions are taken very, very early on into these games, which means that if you're not in the middle, you're just never getting in if the circle goes central.
Yeah, it's really tough for a lot of squads who are playing out on the edge. Even more so when we're heading towards urban areas with a ton of compounds, because everyone's just going to sit central. And if you are a team that likes to play a more edge play style, like, you're locked out. You're going to have to play somewhere in the middle. As if you see it's an urban area, you just got to head in with the rest of the pack. If it's playing towards something that's a little bit more open, maybe you try to sweep the outside edge. But right now there's little room for doubt in my mind that for a place like that on the map, yeah, just send early because no one else is going to let you in.
Second page there, fairly destitute on the point scorings, but someone's got to lose after all. But I think that Twisted Minds overall in general today, you're right, this sort of reformation that we've seen of this roster since day one has been really, really strong. They were able to bear it out here, put more points up on the board and challenge for a strong campaign towards that third place spot. They're fending off Virtus Pro and IWNRX, who are going to be playing tomorrow, but today is their last chance for this week. So if you want to continue to follow their journey in this week's matches, don't go anywhere, because after a short break, we'll be back with their last 2 matches on Miramar. We'll see you there.
Percent of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
We decided it was time to get rid of all the grass in this next map. It's going to be Miramar as we head over to the desert. Na'Vi, I mean, there's a ghost of a smile for them, but right now, I can't be too happy with what's been going on over the last 2 days. Their performance has waned. However, they have so far still taken that top spot. They have indeed unleashed the beast with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. They obviously have been checking out everything over at that link because they have been pelting days 1 and 2 really, really nice and strong. But days 3 and 4, not as much.
Yeah, not as much. I just saw a man wearing a pillow as a hat. I'm confused.
Sometimes that's just how it be.
I think it was that lad there. I think he should put the hat back on. I think it looked pretty good.
Strong look.
Yeah, heading over towards Miramar now. Other teams can win this one. Because First Pro are not playing today. They won't be yoinking both the victories like they did yesterday. Twisted Minds taking themselves a chicken dinner from that last map. Gaining a lot of speed now in their games, which is really nice to see. I'm very, very happy the lads over on Twisted Minds to continue to do well into these matches.
Black Esports, they've not had the greatest of scraps. Their fights in general been a little bit lackluster. Doesn't look like they've had the coordination that a lot of our other teams have had. Kind of a similar story for Guild as well. There's been 1 or 2 times where you see some good rotations out of this team, and this is what I've been saying about them now for a few days, is they're a team that gets opportunities, right? They're able to manufacture the opportunities, but their capitalization on them just isn't quite there.
Yeah, and again, this is just something that you really do need to improve over time. It's a case of getting to learn the lobby, understanding the lobby, understanding the players you're going up against and what you can get away with and what you can't get away with. It's a difficult one in these matches to figure out the exact nuances in the games itself, especially in a 20 team roster. But only 6 of these teams will be heading over towards the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. The tickets are now on sale with a limited 30% early bird discount. So scan the QR code on your screen right now to find out more about PMGC, which will be held in London this year. Later.
I'm excited to be able to, for the first time in a long time, not have to get on a plane for a PUBG Mobile event. It's going to be nice to get the train to this one. I'll be able to, well, might drive. Haven't decided yet. We'll have to figure it out. That is if I'm going. Maybe I'll have to go and get one of those tickets at a 40% early bird discount blank. But hopefully they'll put me up in a nice hotel. That's what I'm hoping for anyway.
All right. Yeah, okay. All right. I might just go find some kind of bench to sleep on and then just rock up to the studio the next day. That could work for me.
Outside the Excel Centre, I think they're pretty keen on keeping those benches clear. It's an expo centre. They're used to...
Yeah, I'll have like a large blanket or something to hide me.
Oh, okay.
They'll never know.
That's true. You could disguise yourself as a bench.
Yeah, could do. Then I'd be the bench.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd be able to sleep on the bench if I am the bench, though.
Yeah, but then someone might mistake you for a real bench and actually try and sleep on you. And that's not good. You don't want that to happen. That's too many benches.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm sure we'll be heading into games soon. But we're waiting for players at the moment. I'm waiting for the lobby. The map is not here yet. So we're still a little while off.
Let's
just chill out. We're chill out. We're chilling. We're chilling big time.
Enigma Galaxy. Oh dear. Not good handshake form there.
No.
Needs improvement.
Needs to evolve, I would say. Evolve the handshake. That one was more like a touch. A weird grasp of some kind. Which was
it's like
slapped away by Ralph.
You know when you know the film Avatar with the blue people? When they get their hair tentacles and like connect to the animal.
Yeah,
that's what that handshake felt like.
Yeah, I really just didn't like that.
Yeah, it was really bad.
It was really wrong.
Everyone disliked this.
Yeah, it's not great. Oh,
Oh,
headphones in?
wrong ears. That is very important, to be fair, to make sure you actually get your earphones in the right ear holes.
Mm-hmm.
He's on my left. He's on my left. Bang. Right hand shot. And you're like, wait a minute.
Damn.
Do you think it's a convention between audio device manufacturers that the microphone is always on the left?
Probably. It was probably that it worked quite well for one company, and then all the companies were like, we should probably make this uniform.
Yeah. Maybe.
So
I'm wondering if there's a reason. I feel like there has to be some driver for that, right? I don't know.
Not sure.
I'll ask. I'll call up James Infinix, and he'll tell me.
Could do. Why is that the case, bro?
Why are you putting him on the left?
Why has the Mike Gremlin got to live in the left one? Why is he even there?
He's a great guy, the Mike Gremlin. That's not an actual gremlin. That's just the name of the little man. He's called Mike Gremlin.
Mike Gremlin. What a good
Michael
guy.
Gremlin. Yeah, what a guy.
I do
Powering
enjoy
the
it.
world's audio equipment.
I think we're getting into game. This is wild.
I hope so, because we've been on a wild tangent there. We're going to be getting into Miramar, though. Vamos, indeed. Let's head on in to the map. It's the desert once more. We've got 2 of these up for you. This is the first of 2 for our desert dessert at the end of the day. The plane path from Torre Ahumada down towards the south coast below Los Leones. Let's get underway.
Yeah, very much eastern leaning plane path there. It's pretty grim, actually, getting over towards the western side of the map. This could be a lot of vehicle drops that I think would be kind of contested on this circle, I'd imagine, as everyone tries to shimmy to the left, or the right in this case, depending on the plane path. Oh, it gets very confusing. Use a compass as they all shimmy to the west.
Go the direction that your microphone's on.
Yep.
Oh.
That could work. I don't know.
Do indeed.
That wouldn't work. If you were facing down towards Puerto Paraiso right now, where the plane's going, you'd be shimmying out into the ocean. No. In that
Well,
case,
I've seen
it'd
it
be
finished there before.
go opposite of your microphone.
Non-microphone side.
Yeah. This is what they're doing right now.
Small tangent, though. I mean, that's why they use the terms starboard and port in naval and actually aeronautical, I believe, as well, to call outs, because in general, nobody knows which way is left and which way is right, but you always know starboard and port are relative to the boat rather than the person that is giving the call. So you can do it over a tannoy and everybody knows what you're talking about. And in general, it's called port side because everybody used to dock with the port on your left-hand side.
Exactly. It's nice. I enjoy the old starboard and port thing. God damn. What's going on? Yeah, it's just that long tangent going that game has murdered me.
It's really set your brain ablaze, I think.
It has, yeah, because I'm ready to get into the game. Like, let's go to the
Jimmy
game.
Neutron brain blast right there.
Yeah.
That is, I actually think that's a far too dated reference for almost the entirety of the audience.
Yeah.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy
Boy
Neutron
genius.
Brain Blast was very funny. I think there's some Gen Z memes about it though. Pretty sure.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
Out there somewhere.
About
in
that
the
funny
meantime,
old film that happened millions of years ago.
The series, no? Jimmy Neutron.
Maybe it was a series, but I'm pretty sure it was a film.
Yeah, Jimmy Neutron was a series. It's on TV.
Are you googling it as well?
Yeah, Adventure of Jimmy Neutron. Adventure. 3 seasons. Boom. On Cartoon
Whoa.
Network, bro.
Okay.
I
All right.
remember.
I take it back.
Yeah. I think it was a series before it was a movie.
Maybe. I think it was both. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, it was a series before it was a movie. Then it got successful and they were like, movie time.
Movie time.
Yeah.
That was when animation still looked incredibly plastic, which is the reason they made Toy Story about toys, because they were actually real plastic. So they could just...
They were like, check
lean
this
into it.
out. We've cracked the game code, boys.
Yeah. God, all of these characters look like plastic. What if the characters were plastic?
Were plastic. Yeah.
Very
That's why
smart.
the movie Toy Soldiers also worked. There's
Very
some
cool.
There's some niche references for you guys at home.
The history of cinema covered at the start of Miramar Match 1.
Yeah. We're at the Miramax Miramar.
Hopefully not the Betamax. I've forgotten what the rest of the sentence was. There you go. That's you now.
I don't know what's going on right now. But what I do know is RCB have made it through Chumacera over towards Ladriera, because we saw this circle yesterday and it was a bit of a nightmarish one with Guild basically holding it down on the north side of Ladriera, doing their best to fend off about a bajillion teams. Heroic though, instantly, and I feel like we see Heroic fight at the start of the game every match.
It's an interesting development, but looks like they are going to be able to get at least one flush. Kevin sees to it. The off angle for Heroic, I mean, you can see Walsh there has been knocked, and Victor is kind of desperately moving in to try and secure this flush, but two of his teammates are already down. I don't think he's going to have the time to get in. Yeah, look at that reposition for Jafar. Sure, we might see Heroic fighting early, but at the moment, looks like they're doing so fairly safely. They've only got one more player left to stand against them. I think that's Brute up on the high ground, up on the rocks. Has the M16 and an eagle eye, so could potentially do something, but I don't think he's going to be too lucky here.
Yeah, vibes with Brute, not able to find it. There's over towards Impala. Again, Porto-Paraíso's open though. And there's a bit of a hum moment between both these teams. Like, why didn't one of you guys go to Porto-Paraíso? Come on.
Go on. Have a go.
Falcons also heading over towards the compound that Guild picked up yesterday to saddle on beside RCB. You got Enigma Galaxy and Power on a southern rotate.
Foot Chaos. They're pushing in with S2G either side of them, but if they can move down this channel that sits ahead of them on this rotate, they might stay safe for a time being. But they pull short. They're waiting for their rear guard to catch up before they send out the scouts again. Keep that supply train nice and short. Less vulnerable that way, but the shots start to come on through towards them. And now they need to be careful because S2G are fully in surround. They don't quite have the strongest sightlines against them. You see, just moving past Hamzy and diverting out to the southeast side. I mean, this is smart from Foot Chaos. I think they've made the right call here. They don't quite have all the information, but they do know where one player is at least. And Storm launches himself up and over and into safety.
Storm's out. Toshpig, on the other hand, he's down. But he's hidden. This is the chameleon car effect. How you remain unnoticed.
Blending into his background. The sneaky so-and-so. Oh. Trying to right himself. I mean, it's got the gold tires on. You've got to keep the car alive. Can't be beetled.
Help him out.
And
Get him.
he's a Beyblade, and he's
that was good actually. Yeah, that was actually really good from
look at that.
Poser.
I like
I
that.
enjoyed that one.
Cool.
It was very well played. Enigma Galaxy slowly on their climb. Well, they brought the supplies they might need. Flashlight. Extra granola bars. All the rest.
Definitely. Yeah, you need at least 2 bottles of water when you're going for a hike, especially out in the desert.
At least. At least. But we aren't seeing too much fighting other than that. Well, it seems because everyone had to move left anyway. Like, everyone who was furthest on the left on the east side have just moved all the way to the left on the west side. So it's just opened up a lot of space for a lot of teams inside this circle so far. Twisted Minds up to 168 points. Damn, so good to see from them. Actually overtaking Fireflux now as well.
Dropping out, grabbing another vehicle for Black Esports. The circle up over towards Monte Nuevo and Ladriera. Keeps those dual channel hills on the south side in, where a lot of these teams are on the east set of hills, but Enigma Galaxy could really have a great time getting up to this west hills if Twisted Minds don't get there first, because at the moment both teams look to be slowly making their way out there. Brute Force slow on the uptake to leave El Pozo. Twisted Minds much faster on that rotate.
Yeah, Monte Nuevo circle like that, I mean, it kind of splits off where teams want to go, is either you play on that northern side and play within the compound itself, or try and make the bet that it's coming back down towards the south on the high ground. Na'Vi losing a player to Guild, of all the teams, really does not bode well for this squad.
Certainly doesn't. Twisted Minds, they come into contact with a brute force player, but Prepod cannot withstand the pressure. Takes a little bit of damage out of them, but not much more than that. And Twisted Minds, I think, are in one of the best positions. They have that West Ridge under control with Enigma Galaxy down to their south. Unlikely that Enigma Galaxy are going to go for this push. Everybody else crowding into the East Hill. And that is a lot of pressure that we're seeing exerted there, which is where we're on board with, actually. Power are on the very east of that bunch of teams that sat on this east side hill. But with Twisted Minds a little bit isolated, they have a really good opportunity to control this circle. They could potentially transition north as well. There's a compound that sits overlooking Monte Nuevo that is really incredibly powerful, and they guard all of the approaches to it.
Yeah, most teams struggling to get over towards Monte Nuevo itself. And I mean, it is massive amount of... It's a big traffic jam down towards the south is what I'm trying to say. 77... right at the back of it. Vibes has not even yet to join it. It's a tough circle to play, man, and everyone still thinks that this is an Eastside Ladriera finish. Just spread out around the circle a bit, guys. Come on. Just a little bit.
Nobody's in Monte Nuevo, which is quite interesting.
I mean, it's just a very odd play style from everyone in this lobby.
I think, in general, going across the valley is a death sentence, right? And the area on the northwest is also just open, and again, a death sentence. You kind of have to hold on the far side and wait for a full crash potential to come through, where you're forced out where Brute Force and Na'Vi currently sit on that northwest side, because that open ground to the west of Monte Nuevo is really, really hard to do anything with. You just sit down there and try and hide whilst people shoot at you if you want to play that position. Getting across that hill would be great, but now people are going to get into Monte Nuevo very quickly. Fireflux already in the vehicles, Black Esports as well, S2G, look at how they're moving in to regroup towards that roadside. The question is, how many teams can Monte Nuevo hold, and how many teams are going to be able to leave that east hillside?
I mean, for Twisted Minds, they actually have a really good path ahead of them. They head over towards the ridge side that overlooks Monte Nuevo. Great bit of high ground, so keeps going down towards the southwest. You basically winning at that point. So that's very, very nice, but that's not if Fireflux gets there first, as they flew in towards that position. And a great play from Fireflux. In fact, I was surprised they made it up there so quickly. And immediately they find a shot over towards the back line of Twisted Minds. Fireflux just snatch away the silos from Twisted Mind. That is painful.
How do they make that happen? I mean, first of all, how did they get there before Twisted Minds? But second of all, how did nobody on the East Hills take shots at them whilst they did it? That is incredible that Fireflux have been able to sneak through the gaps here. They found a magic window, clambered straight on through it. They'll be very happy to have this position. That was exactly the rotate that Twisted Minds were going to want to go for. And they've just taken their legs out from underneath them. Great stuff from Fireflux.
Yeah, it was an incredibly speedy rotate from Fireflux there. They had their eyes on it, so they had both sides as well. They had the eastern side of Ladriera if they wanted to play it, and they had the option of heading over towards that high ground should it move over towards Monte Nuevo. So they were thinking one step ahead, which is nice to see from Fireflux. Currently in third place, one of the teams that you'd expect a little bit more tactical prowess from, and they're displaying it here. The rest of the teams that are fighting over the scraps in Monte Nuevo.
Keeping their heads down, or trying to, at least. Na'Vi on the north side, Guild as well. There are a couple of buildings further up the hill on the north side that might keep them safe, but I think those two teams are going to have to duke it out sooner or later. 77, pushing up towards Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds, because they've had this rotation taken away from them, are kind of left in a bit of a sticky scenario. It's difficult to regroup onto one another. They kind of just have to win their individual fights here. As Limbo Boom is closest to Lord right now. Doesn't have any more nades in hand. Doran does, and so does Lord, in fact. Limbo Boom, I think they know where he is. That nade might see Lord, but it just backs off. And now 77 move down low. Zadira breaking out wide. Lord going to step up for the spray down. His teammates as well. Can't stay there too long. Needs to suppress the rest of the team. Zadira has the challenge and wins it onto Robs. Lord is down on their front and their back, both being taken down in one fell swoop. 77 handling Twisted Minds effectively. Doran now with a chance. And nade goes a little bit long. Could have been big, but not quite there. Limbo Boom drops down, and Doran's next up on the menu. Last player stands. It's Coops for Twisted Minds, as 77 have absolutely taken their pound of flesh out of the team on the southwest side. Twisted Minds with a brick wall in front of them. Fireflux denied them entry, and 77 throw them out onto the street into the cold gutters.
It was a very good push in. On to press them between Fireflux and themselves, squeeze them every ounce so they could grab from them. I think for 77, it's just the flow over from the top side, just crashing like a waterfall onto Twisted Mind's face, was quite painful, to say the least. But it was a very, very good play from 77. And that play doesn't come off the back of just rapid movement or a quick decision. That is some dedicated scouting and a disciplined rock up towards Twisted Minds. Very, very well done, 77 there. And that gives them a chance into this match. I mean, a lot open over on the western side. So for 77, even if this position doesn't work out, they can always send out off towards that western side. It will be a little bit difficult, because you said earlier, John, it is barren land. Very open. Now it's Power looking to play up against Falcons. This is down on that south side, as both teams need to move. The circle will push both of them in shortly.
Fidan pin-pulled over towards Park. It goes nice and high. Should take a little bit of damage, but I don't think it's going to get too much done. Park lands one tag shot. Stage 4 zone ticks hard, and Fidan goes down out in the circle. No chance to get that res up, and Park can just leave that one to the blue zone. No chance that he's back up now. And they'll burn that point away. It's so tempting to just go for that flush, but you know you don't need to. You've already done the job.
Power. Energy here. Full stims. They're in a struggle situation. Have to leave their teammates behind and move on without him. But this is just underneath the hillside that sits towards the west of them. It's not exactly a place you can stay for the longest amount of time, but you do your best with what you're given. Na'Vi having somewhat sweep, I guess you could say, as they knock and flush one of the players from Footballers Chaos on the eastern side of the map.
Ooh. Limbo Boom spotted. Fireflux here to play still. They take a bit of damage in response, but they'll take a knock for a healing spot any day of the week. But Zadira answers. Solus does go down. The compound around the silos started to have more pressure on it from the south edge than maybe they would have expected. A nade over, I think that's the flush from Fireflux. Al-Haji standoff with Ragnarok right now. In the longhouse. UMP in hand for Ragnarok, and the pump action shotgun at the back. Both ends of the longhouse now occupied against him. Trovo 2030. We're going to do more work. A nade goes huge over from Fireflux. Look at that. Takes one flush. Takes Magnum down. And now Shifu is there to try and pick up the pieces for it. Zadira all the way out on the back lines. You can see his off angle does have some sight lines, but this smoke protects it perfectly. They should be aware of where they're crawling to. Going to cut that one off. Drop a nade over the top. Slow things down. Where is Zadira? Is he going to regroup? Because he needs to push up at some point. That high ground isn't going to last too much longer. The zone comes in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, for 77, this is not the greatest of positions to be, especially off the back of the circle, as you mentioned, John. Usually that is one of the best places where you can start to assault over towards Fireflux's position. Unfortunately, that initial knock, that initial nade that came through over towards 77 has really slowed them down. Fireflux can continue to dig the heels in to that spot. It's going to be hard to pull them out of the ground like a carrot.
East End of Montenuevo. Seeing some trouble. as Black Esports go toe-to-toe with Falcons and put Chaos across the road. They're locked in here. Ragnar chops down the players underneath him. Has help from his team as well. Assistance there. Arc knocked next. Kakali lining up Falcon after Falcon. But he can't quite find Hope. Ali, Ragnar, still in action as well. And Kakali needs Toshpik to hold his nerve, hold his side angle, and hold his flank down strong. But Kakali is the one to deal with it. Hope able to find the mark. And now Ali and Ragnar on opposing angles want a crossfire. But it's easier said than done.
It's a good rotate from 77. Actually, they wrap around that western side, managed to get a building that just sits between them and Brute Force. A surprise they're able to get towards that spot. Magnum is knocked though from Guild. That's over towards that northwest edge. Shouldn't be a problem for long though, because Guild need to move, but they could send it towards that compound now that they know that a player is knocked there.
Good indeed. Kakali stimming up, getting ready for his run out. His debut down to the south. 2 players up top for Team Falcons, Ragnar and Ali. Regrouped, Foot Chaos. Trying to play the roadside here. Solus handling 3 players from Heroic on his own, potentially, until he gets the backup coming his way. Solus does go down, but finally, there is the backline there. Lux can't handle it either, though, as Kevin lights him up, gets the flush onto 1, gets the flush onto 2. And this is a great run-up from Heroic, pushing in, succeeding where 77 couldn't, and finding an opening against Fireflux. Volt is down, sure, but that's Reservoir, and they'll carry that momentum forwards. They'll push Fireflux to the edge, and maybe force them to jump the cliff as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how Heroic pulled that one off, and Fireflux just having a bit too much of a nosy over towards this side. Kevin, still disciplined though, looking over towards the vehicles, making sure there's no players that are sequestered away behind them. Scarface though, from Fireflux, sets himself up in a pretty awesome spot where he can get some nice angles for some players around the map, and Heroic now need to play hide and seek with Fireflux, it seems.
Scarface sequestered in a crevice. Catch not so lucky. Ralph spots him as Enigma Galaxy entertain no visitors. Ali close by, nades up high, but both players caught with a nade before they can get the swap out. Gives Ali a chance to get back in. That Molotov forces the fight to go a little bit differently, but Black Esports not going to waste any time in getting over these ridge lines. Ragnar tries to find Toshpik, and he's good for 1. Now Ali moving on in for Black Esports. Can he get over the top? Kakali is there, but hang on a minute. Is everyone down? They're out. There's an off angle coming on through. I think that was RCB across the way, or S2G perhaps, taking shots out from across the north side of Monte Nuevo.
Yeah, S2G managed to get a little bit of a shiner in from across the side of the map. Completely shut that whole fiasco down. Guild's attempting to make their way in, but they showed their hand a little bit too early. And 77 can now be happy with the double trumps they come up with here. Take shots over towards Guild. Running over open ground. There's multiple angles to deal with, and Coops has got the full broadside over towards them.
He has got them on notice. They will be able to crawl a little bit closer, though. The player at the back, not so lucky. That does get taken down, but Fireflux finally getting eliminated. A difficult run-up. Apparently, Heroic were just too much for them to handle. And they really had a tumble from the top there. I thought that this was a game that they were getting deep in towards, but instead, no, they end it on just 1 point earned to go into their final match. I think the metric that they're competing against was Na'Vi going into their final day with 191, and I thought that looked fairly probable for them, but at this point now, they need 30 more points in the next game.
77. Grenades exploding around them, keeping them pushed in. Guild do make it up to the wall. Na'Vi also taking shots their way, but Guild is happy to send a couple of zingers back their way too. Flip does find GG, not GG, through the smoke, and Snowix also has eyes on. 77. Just need the third 7 here and hit jackpot as they take down Gil, because that would be the play. Give him a lot more room to work with on this side of the map. Zero's out. Magnum's down. And Guild might be able to do something.
Might just be able to put the pieces back together here. A 2 versus 2 engagement. 77 didn't realize that Zero was outside there. Got caught unawares. And pay the price. Now, playing from the west side, Enigma Galaxy have off angles here. With their back to Enigma Galaxy. Guild have the worst time of it. But Na'Vi afforded an opportunity here. The north side of Montenuevo's road gives them some respite. They will be able to hold it. The only team that's up north there, S2G, may be able to swing down towards it and challenge it, maybe with a big crash, but they're going to have to pull something out fairly quickly. Everybody's going to be looking their way if they go for it.
Yeah, Na'Vi kind of gets the good end of the stick here, just purely because they didn't all rush into La Riera on the northern edge, and now they have some good work to be done. As 77 gets taken down. One player, Shifu's able to pull out the MG3. But it's only 2 players from Guild that he's able to remove. Enigma Galaxy have eyes on as well, but they have to move up the 4 players. Now up to 6 eliminations, a decent match from Enigma Galaxy. Hope to make it further into this game.
Enigma Galaxy. Looking to push in from the southwest side. They've got the numbers to do it. RCB finding the last player of Vibes. Eliminated. Silas now moves forwards. Ever encroaching. At some point, it all needs to conclude on the south side. This is a Shifu going 1v2. Brutal spray down onto some of Guild's players there.
Bandages coming through to S2G, using up what's left in the bank there, which is not a lot. They're on the final payouts. They've certainly gone overdrawn into the first aid kits. 0 on Calci at the moment. So just have Na'Vi being the arbiters of the lobby, honestly, on that north side.
The north edge of the road is just so powerful for them right now. S2G are the only team that can challenge them, but can they get a safe run up? Because Flip has that angle. As soon as they drive out, Chudo and Flip both open the cannons, right? S2G rotation. I mean, it feels like it may even be a better decision to just go straight for brute force, because brute force are fairly split. If you just get straight up to Flip's, for Chudo's position, he's isolated.
If brute force, actually, this is there's quite a few teams in here that would like to have good games off the back of this. I mean, 77's done fairly well so far. A top 5 finish, I think, would be impressive for 77 where they've come from. Enigma Galaxy, this could be the start of something decent, but they are getting picked apart already by Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's a difficult maneuver to get towards this roadside. Shifu goes down, and Ralph removes a potential troublesome area, and S2G do go for the crash onto Chudo's corner. Forces the remnants of brute force back together. Prepod has already gone down earlier. Silas gets spotted, and RCB are crunched against the back of the blue. Enigma Galaxy, 2 active. Na'Vi, they've taken a knock onto default, splitting Lemon and Flip's positions. Flip, so much more important to hold this angle. Lemon also trying to get the crossfire, but S2G make it across yet again. This is a great start to a rotation, potentially, that's going to win them the game for S2G. I like their position right now. I think brute force have more to deal with, and S2G have the inside track.
I think for S2G, this has gone pretty damn well for them. And honestly, players on this squad, all very experienced over multiple years. This game means a lot to brute force, though. They likely wouldn't want to give it up. They've had such a strong spot for quite a while, but now going down to 3. Freezer does get that heal off. And it's Zone 9. 5 teams are still in it.
Brute Force slinking their way out of the next building and into it. Stage 9 closes. Force majeure from the outskirts there as Blue Zone crunches this fight in. Na'Vi trying to keep their heads above water. 5 eliminations found so far this match. And in go S2G, opening up in towards the yard, spraying down, holding the corner. There's one more player on the inside behind him, or if they just dispatched it entirely. Marso moving through as well, opens the door. Where's Na'Vi in the third-party angles? They're not taking shots across the road here. They're not peeking. Ralph suppressing him on Enigma Galaxy. And finally, there's Lemon chiming in, gets the knock. Snoix goes down as well. Calci is out. Marso is down. Hamzy, last player to go for S2G. The crawl across and Lemon picks it up. The res may be there, but the zone keeps on pushing. Calci does not have time to get back up. It's Hamzy all the way for the S2G. Na'Vi across the road still trying to put pressure on. Neos dispatches S2G's push, and it's Brute Force with 3 players on the south. Enigma Galaxy with 2 to their left. And Na'Vi across the road with a center circle inside track. In comes the mortar shells. Na'Vi launch an assault from the skies there as Neos goes down. Everybody on the far side falling on out. He opens the door to his death and demise. It's Na'Vi to finally find something back into their control. They find the chicken dinner on the north side of Montenuevo.
I mean, to be fair to them, like, they just played their usual gameplay, right? And they looked good doing it. But it is simply a case of being one of the few edge teams in the lobby, whereas everyone else is like, let's just all go to the what we think to be the strongest location without any thought in the process. Like, I think if you're slightly late to any of these circles at the moment, you're kind of ruined. So you may as well play on the edge side and just try and rotate in afterwards. Give some space, give some more room. Because it can't be just one team every single game is going to get a huge amount of success off the back of it. You have to give ground at times. And right now, these teams are just not doing that. And Na'Vi is just showing you that you pick up so many eliminations, so many points from just not playing that game.
I mean, Power showed it to us in the previous match as well, right? It was just staying out of it, playing, okay, let's take second best spot, not center. And see what we can get done. And the shifts go both to Power and to Na'Vi this time around. It's just a demonstration of what we've been criticizing the rest of the lobby for. And you can see that fight concluded. Brute Force go down in third. After that, Enigma Galaxy find a second place, which is still a pretty decent result for them on the south side.
Yeah, I think for Enigma Galaxy, they're pretty pleased with that one. It's one of the best games they've had in a long, long time. I think for S2G, they're probably pleased with that game as well. Brute Force did a fantastic job, but didn't get the most amount of points off the back of it. 10 elims, 2100 damage, 2300 damage, and also the 20 points total from the chicken dinner. So really, really nice game from Na'Vi. We are also getting this weird thing where every single game is going to Zone 9 at the moment. Because there is no aggressive plays, there's no aggressive peaks. Everyone's just, how long can we stay in this game for?
Yeah, it's an interesting, well, interesting, maybe not the right word, but it is certainly one of the developments of meta of all time. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It does go pretty crazy into those late games, though.
I think
Na'Vi are able to find 20 points on that match. That puts them up, I think, just over 220, which puts them closer to a 10-point average. They need another 20-point game in order to meet it. 24 matches, 240 would be that metric.
The only thing that I'm worried about right now is that for PMSL EMEA, the way that it's currently transpiring is that I'm feeling less and less like this is Team Spirit playing badly, and more that Team Spirit is just not used to this play style. Because for them, who's played in quite a few international tournaments, like, this is odd. This is really odd. And again, if people continue playing like this going into internationals, you're just going to lose the team that crashes you and is better at gunfighting than you. Because they'll be like, that's a nice position that you sent for early. It'd be a shame if we just crashed. No?
Yeah. It's ours now, right?
Yeah. So this is the problem with this playstyle, is that it just doesn't translate well to like a PMGC. And it's unfortunate because everyone has sort of had to adopt this a little bit just to stay on top of the rankings. Other than Na'Vi, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, 227, they are 13 points away from meeting a 10-point average, which in general is what we look for in a team that places first, to be able to break that 10-point average. So one more match to show that they can do it. Twisted Minds, very nice on 169. They will be up there for their final match as well. There's 4 teams that are playing their final match next time. 2 of them are at the top of the tables there. Trovo 2030 and Guild are the other 2. You can see the entry for Trovo at the bottom of that table.
There you go, Brute Force and 104 for that game, finally breaking through into the triple digits. Zeus just behind in 99 points. Not the team I expected to be on par with Brute Force, but there you go. Enigma Galaxy on 99 points as well, but they still have one more match to play. And you got Team Spirit down below in 16th place with 67 points. So Black Esports might just overtake them in that last game, forcing Team Spirit down onto the final page.
Guild yet to move up off that bottom spot as well. The teams around them still continuing to keep up the pace. It is not looking good for Guild fans, as the 18th position is their curse right now. 23 matches and only one more outing for them to prove that they can earn a little bit more and jump out of the bottom of the page. We'll have to see if they can do that, if Twisted Minds can keep up pace, and if Fireflux can expand their dominion over those averages. Can Na'Vi fend them off? Only one more match to see. We'll see you after the break.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Here, Barata boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one and it's turned.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
We have one more match for you to play today. And in fact, one more match to play for Na'Vi, for Twisted Minds, for Trovo 2030 Esports, and for Guild Esports. Those 4 teams. Oh, God. Getting choked up thinking about it now. There we go.
Dying.
Okay. No, there we go. That's their last match that they're going to be playing this week in their bid for league ranking points. That'll teach me for having a snack during the break. We are going to be getting into our final Miramar and our final match of the day.
And they'll be ending off the run for Na'Vi. And a few other teams here in the lobby. All the players getting ready to get into game. Currently in the lobby. Waiting to get into this one. With Twisted Minds looking a lot better, honestly. However, it got completely caught off guard by Fireflux's instantaneous rotation into 77, heading up behind them. You see the Infinix GT20 Pro on your screen at the moment, featuring a dual chipset and 144 Hz AMOLED display, so you can see everything at all times in game. Highest FPS of up to 120. Here at the PMSL 2024 of the EMEA Fall Split, our official smartphone sponsor.
Very nice. All these players very happy. I can see a lobby screen there on that Infinix GT20 Pro. And they are hopefully loading in fairly soon. He's shuffling into the desk, asking for something, making sure they got everything they need for the Falcons. Has he got a jacket to cover his pillow? That's wild.
Maybe.
That's wild behavior right there.
It is pretty wild. Unacceptable. Here
Should be like Na'Vi.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Glistening shirts.
Some unacceptable plays been made by Na'Vi as well. Just annihilating the lobby by just not playing the same game as them, which has worked out. You go Black Esports on your screen. Looking to push further up the rankings here. They have looked a lot cleaner recently. It looked a little bit dire towards the beginning of the week, but now not looking so bad at all.
We have just been informed that there are 1 or 2 technical issues. Looks like Neighbor Galaxy just giving too much of a smolder to the camera. But we're going to be going to a short break whilst they get fixed. We'll be right back.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need goes to the back line. He finds 1 minute turn.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
hopefully they have solved those technical issues so we can get into our final map. We are going to see Miramar in just a moment. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are getting once more into the thick of it here at the PMSL EMEA for the full season. Our teams have been going at it at the moment for almost 4 days now, as some of our teams are going to have their last match up next. We covered it a little bit just before the break, before the technical issues, but now everyone's locked and loaded. Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, Guild, as well as Trovo 2030 Esports. This is the last time they will be dropping in this week over into Miramar. Their last chance to put up some points and earn those league ranking points to carry over into the finals.
Indeed, because those league ranking points are certainly what we need to be seeing here for some of these teams that want to make it through towards the end. And I mean, especially if you are just starting off, getting yourself a really big advantage like Na'Vi have accrued here is very nice, because at the very least this team should be getting 19 points on board, I believe, at the very least. I don't think 2 teams are going to overtake them. I think just the one potentially, but Fireflux down 161 points. It will be needing another strong game here. Set themselves up for tomorrow. For Na'Vi, they're looking for a big one at the end of this map.
Yeah, it does also depend as to whether or not Na'Vi can be passed on what they are able to do this game as well, right? If they sit another 20-pointer, it's not very likely at all that even Fireflux could take them down. It would be a real stretch for them to be able to burst out 50, 60, 70 points in a day. It is real tough going. Circle goes up to the northeast side on a west plane path. So team's going to have to utilize that Impala route up towards El Azahar. I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy. I'm looking at Power as well. We'll see just what they opt to go for. RCB are not in Picado. Very happy.
Which is interesting. And also good. We're glad to see it. As you head down towards Chumasera, this might just be a quick fix for the time being, or at least a temporary fix, considering that is Team Spirit's spot. We're not playing today, so you happily take that one. In the meantime, works out quite well. RCB grabbing the vehicles around this area, contesting for them nice and early. Against Trovo 2030, who are also in the area. But yeah, Circle heads up towards that northeast side, up towards Cruz de Valle, Truck Stop, Labandita. But mainly looking towards the slight hilly region of that central area around water treatment, Cruz de Valle. I mean, it's not crazy in terms of the high ground that you see down towards La Tierra, Monte Nuevo. It's certainly a position where you can set up without a huge ton of compounds, which there isn't. If you look over towards the outside Hacienda del Patron.
Kelsey was able to get this early pick onto which player was that from Black? Poser. There we go.
What are you going to say? Panther then for a second?
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. He was trying to move like a panther, but ended up looking more like a kitten.
That was shot.
On that one. Yeah, that's really quite a dark imagery.
Yeah, it's not good.
Let's move on from that.
Yeah,
that's
please.
gone poorly. Guild over on the north side, they are completely isolated, breaking out towards Torre Ahumada. And they don't really have anyone close by. No one is making those moves super early. I think Black Esports are moving in towards just east of Hacienda now, after losing one of their players to S2G. But everyone's looting first and then looking to move, grabbing those vehicles and getting on into this circle. And the center, I'm sure, is soon to start to pack in.
Yeah, a lot of teams need to start getting a move on. I think for the center, though, it's not a huge amount of space to quickly take up. Like, we're not heading towards an urban region. This is one of the few times here on Miramar where you might see more players on the edge. A little bit of a return to normality almost. Had so many urban finishes over the past days. It's been very odd. So many zone 9s with 5 teams still in them.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a weird one, to be honest, about these circles. Everyone heavily packed in, and teams are starting to move now. rotating just as Zone 1 starts to close. Brute Force all the way up on the north, actually continuing to go even further north. I wonder what they're looking for here. Did they spot 77 moving out this direction?
I'm not sure. I mean, they might have been able to spot 77 dropping over towards the ruins, towards that northwest side. Maybe. I don't know if there's much reasoning to be checking for this rotate. Depends if 77 move back up towards that north side to rotate through La Cobreria, assuming that Na'Vi's already passed on. To Brute Force, bit of mind games almost. See what happens in the near future, because this could be a very nasty cut-off from Brute Force.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, if 77 do opt to go for that full north rotate, that is, because they've got 2 players down south, they could potentially even skirt to the south of El Pozo and try and regroup over there. So we'll see just how it sits. 77 right now on 131 points. At the start of today, Twisted Minds had 136. Ooh, Falcons. I'll tune back in with that in a second, because Falcons have a scrap with Fireflux, and that is a lovely knock underneath the vehicle. Looks for the flush as well, as Lux now under a lot of pressure on his ridgeline, sailing over the top. Ragnar drawing the attention backwards to allow the rest of the team to move up and crest that ridgeline, but they're not taking that opportunity. Backup has arrived for Fireflux as well. They're now playing against Solus as well as Lux. Hope wants to put the cat amongst the pigeons, change up Lux's position, but he's falling back. He's giving ground tactfully, and now has the rock to play with. Hard cover as Ragnar still not establishing that off angle effectively. Na'Vi are taking casualties in the meantime against Vibes.
Yeah, Na'Vi getting clipped out. I mean, luckily for them, Na'Vi has done a huge amount of damage already to Vibes. Looking for just the final player now on that thing, and realistically, Na'Vi could get back up to 3 players. There is 2 still knocked for Vibes. Looking to get picked back up again. But there's Brute getting removed finally. And that's 4 elims for Na'Vi. With their 3rd player, should be able to get him back up again. In the meantime, I think you were right. John 77 getting cut out by Brute Force as they attempted to make that rotate up towards La Cobreria, following shortly behind Na'Vi. But instead, they've met against the Brute Force.
In the meantime, Fireflux still in this fight with Falcons. They've already taken 2 of them down. That nade goes in through the window, takes Park down to about half HP, a little bit over. But Solus wraps around for the off angle. Park now has to hold this door frame and will be more vulnerable to the nades coming in from the sidelines. Molotov in for Solus, pushes Park again to the other side of the room. They're manipulating this, steps into his own Molotov though, and that could be really dangerous. It's heroic. Rocking up into the fight. Goodness me, we're gonna get my words out. They're not into this fight. No, that's across the way. It's RCB on the southwest side. And they are taking everything in their stride, but unfortunately 2 of their players already down. RCB struggling as well. Last player turning tail and running. As Fireflux cleaning up the remnants of Falcons. They are down and out. The res comes through over on that fight.
Yeah, it should be a full reset.
Teammate.
No, it should be full reset for Heroic though, which is good. I'm only in stage 1. It's not hurting that badly at all. We are about to hit stage 2. Vault moves forward. Gotta be careful though, as the rest of RCB did move towards Longhouse. I think it's a dangerous position. Honestly, if I was Heroic here, I'd probably disengage from this fight. I think for the fact that the circle moved down towards the south side, there was a big opportunity to get a strong position, as opposed to taking a fight versus RCB. RCB in Longhouse, which opens up for some interesting plays, as well as abuse of the DBS. So yeah, this is what I would categorize as a mistake from Heroic.
You can see Walsh there. Does have that sideswipe angle, but yeah, Heroic suffering to these nades. Na'Vi with 3, they've got 4 points already, and they want more. S2G on this northwest side, trying to make their way around. But this is real heavy hits coming in from Na'Vi.
to add to their tally. Kevin nearly going down as well. The blue zone being here means that he has to go for something. And Silas just shuts it out immediately. RCB doing a lot of work here. Hops out wild, hops back in. Silas looking for that heal to come through as well. Their first nade for Jafar and then the res onto Kevin. But this nade from Silas will blast the door off its hinges. Nearly taking Kevin down, but he crawls around, evades the damage around the edge of the building. Heroic floundering, though, in this fight. Wild has the off angle, taken low in the zone, needs to heal right now.
Yeah, hits the first aid kit. It is close, though. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like for Heroic here, this remains to be a poor choice that they have made. Na'Vi, very happy to just take 2 eliminations off of S2G though, as they rotated through. Maybe even looking to see if they can score some points over towards 77. They come in from the same direction.
Jafar now on the inside with Heroic. Steps out, tries to strafe through the nade. Will find Jafar. And it's just Wild now remaining. Heroic, though, only one player on the inside, and Walsh has the challenge, and they go down. Oh, my goodness. Certainly was, in the end, a full misstep for Heroic. They got caught up in the thick of it. 2 players take down 4 as they struggle to take control of the Longhouse.
I mean, it's... Again, Longhouse just opens up so many options for outplay in terms of being able to dodge grenades easily, lay down Molotovs as they try and enter. Wow. All right. Good shots from Lemon. Finally taken out. We should have some backup soon from AXA or even Default.
You're out in the zone.
Ooh, nice shots from Default though from distance.
Doing a lot of work, and Neos goes down from AXA. That's the backup that you were talking about. Freezer is low. Lemon crawling back. Does get flushed away, and that's unfortunate. Puts Na'Vi down to 2, but Freezer alone, and look at the flank coming in for Default. He wants the challenge, and Neos finished off there by AXA. They're crawling around out front, and Na'Vi are racking up the points fast. This is great news for them, and not so great for Fireflux, although they've already managed to get 5 points of their own for Fireflux. Freezer, the last to stand for Brute Force. 77, able to evade that trap very, very cautiously and make their way through with 4. Brute Force, not so lucky. They get stuck in with Na'Vi, and they find out just why they're at the top of the tables.
Yeah, I think the fact that, honestly, the circle moves and there is those warehouses on the north side might be a good time for Na'Vi to just be like, right, we've got 9 elims. Let's just see how much further we can survive. Potentially, they're just looking to secure the 10th, get the pseudo chicken dinner off the elims, the first 3 stages of the game. But it is starting to tick fairly tremendously at this point in stage 3, where you can't afford just to stick around outside the circle. And there is just a quick direct line into the circle here. They could stop up short towards the ridges that just sit behind the 2 warehouses on top side, scour it out, and if it's free, just send on in.
Okay, this is how Na'Vi took down so many of S2G. And how they've racked up 9 eliminations already. They have just been keeping it going, but they do send down and they do go for that south rotate. Potential to get even deeper into this one. Power have found an opening towards Guild, and they'll waste no time in going for the confirmation. Alhaji happy to pick the point up. Turns his teammate as well. Says, they're over there. Come on, let's go. And Na'Vi gets spotted by Guild. AXA knocked flushed quickly. They do try and crash in. That is Na'Vi taking the aggressive position towards Guild. So no massive surprise that they lose 1. But they still have Default.
Yeah, it's I think they heard the shots and we're hoping to get a third party. I mean, if they can get a couple more elims, their game's basically done and they'll be pleased with the way it pans out. I mean, 13 eliminations and that's their 10-point average, right? Which is essentially what they're looking for. But I think for Default to get 4 more eliminations this map, it's going to be rough. I actually don't expect him to be going on in this game for too much longer. He is very much in a dangerous location.
does have that roadside, but it's likely the power spot this out. He has managed to get, I think, to the top of the hill there. We'll have to divert and push further in. Taking a look at this area of the map, you can see 77 currently on this wide spread. This is bringing back memories of the Erangel that they were able to win, Blank, where they were on that wide spread, on an off-angle side, and force everyone else to just take those fights and then come through into the late game. They haven't got any eliminations yet, but they've got a great position to control it. I'm wondering if Fireflux are going to try and send in onto that side. Just Fraser, for brute force left, does manage to sneak his way through the party bus, but it's on fire. And that is a little bit too hot to handle. Playing real dangerous right now. This vehicle's going to go bang any second. And he steps away from it.
Can use this little bit of cover. This point as Lewis actually comes up to have a little scout, but I think that potentially, yeah, he spots him. Quickly moves away, and I think Freezer now realizes he's got to reposition. Smoking vehicle or not, but a good shot from Doran. Actually, Law with the headshot there onto Freezer will immediately take him down.
First elimination for Twisted Minds as well. They're looking to put their last game up strong. Na'Vi close out their week. They add 9 eliminations to their tally. That won't quite meet them up to the 10-point average, but it's very, very close. A nade from Power actually takes one of Guild, but I think actually also tagged their teammate. Not entirely sure that was a strong plan there, but GG not GG. Has the off angle, gets a catch onto one of the Power players. Now Haji wants to handle it. Trying to find a ridgeline as he stops out. And there's the nade that goes... Oh no!
Yeah.
He was like, oh, I'm gonna cook this nade. It's gonna look so cool. Oh, I've pulled the pin. Okay, right now, where is he? Okay, I'm gonna wait. I waited too long. My ear's gone. My head's gone. Oh dear.
Yeah, he's overcooked the pudding on that one. And we were in the dessert stage of dinner, considering this was their last match of the week.
What a way to go.
It's kind of a unreal... Oh, you're actually going to replay it for him as well.
Bang.
That is mean.
That's how you finish a week. Goodness me.
Yeah. Well, for Guild, it has been somewhat strange. And at least they had that pop-off moment on La Driera, or they might have been even worse dead. At least not in 20th place, but that can change.
Definitely can. Neighbor Galaxy shots onto Fireflux. They have a little bit of an angle, but Fireflux have 6 elims. They want to make it up to 180 to get a 10-point average right now. They're on 167, so 13 more points needed after this. A big game. Would be good to enter their final day with a chance to overtake Na'Vi. Something that seemed a little bit unimaginable after the 2 days that we saw from Na'Vi at the start, but here we are. In a different scenario entirely. Got a change on the timelines. Fireflux don't want to go for this fight. Instead, they go out to the west. S2G have Marso, but RCB further in. This is a difficult downhill slope to navigate. You got Twisted Minds with such a powerful overlook position. The spread from Robs to Coops to Lord, that 3-piece angle is so strong out to the west side. It has overlook on pretty much everything.
I mean, it's funny because Na'Vi could have actually just had the 2-man over towards this warehouse where Power are actually playing if they just sent directly down. But again, you'd expect someone to be there. It's not the case. Everyone sent down towards the southeast side for some reason. Twisted Minds looking to set up the fence, the electric fence, sits here between Footballers Chaos as well as Nigma Galaxy. Electrify anyone that wants to try and come in with some cool moves.
Yeah, you got to make sure nobody's doing any cool moves around here. It's prohibited. They'll tell on you if you do. And you don't want that to happen. You'll be in big trouble. Nick the Galaxy, wanting to find some trouble of their own. Storm. And Dolkenma finding a crossfire. And Nick the Galaxy may have bitten off a bit more than they could chew there. Still some players left. But the 2 players up the top see what's happened to their teammates and think better of it. a rollout from Twisted Minds. Look at this aggression flowing out to the back. They want to try and third party this. They desperately want to try and third party this. Look at that. They found Redox. Doran steps up. Coops is there. Redox in danger now when a crossfire but gets away. Moves closer towards Robs now. Has to get over the ridgeline and it's not working out. Ralph gets spotted. This is the last player now. Redox alone, 2 tires as his buggy goes pop, pop, bang. Not out yet, though, on a sliver of HP. Stays alive, and he's in the next circle. Twisted Minds, have they given up too much room here? Have they gone out too aggressively?
Yeah, to be honest with you, Rob should have picked up that elimination over towards Redox. Bounce on top of the shack. It's not long enough. Now Twisted Minds have another player to worry about. I mean, I like the aggression. Try and completely cut out a position on the southeast side of the map to call your own. RCB out. That's alongside with Fireflux. You do get 9 eliminations this match, but doubt they're going to go too much further into this game with just the 2 players they still have alive coming up against the big old net that's been sprung by 77.
They have cast it wide. The only team with actually real cover here. They're controlling access to the strong compound, defensible compound rather, that sits just at the junction of the roads out on the west side. They're not sat in it, but anybody who goes in is going to get torn to pieces. They're daring a team to make a crash there. At the moment, the 2-2 split, or rather the 2-1-1 split, frankly, for 77, looks really strong in this scenario. Given that the teams are isolated and forced to play up in these hills, they are locked in by Twisted Minds' position. But Twisted Minds are playing quite fast and loose with it. So potential for Fireflux to get a pick off, maybe sneak their way closer down south to north rather to the circle.
The old floating gun.
That's a classic maneuver.
Using the chi energy to initiate warfare. Twisted Minds, though, do finish off S2G with the help of footballers, but it's Nico. He's picked up one over towards Doran. An unfortunate pick-off, and the Molotov might just finish off the job for them. The rest of the team responding, but slowly.
Nades starting to come on through. Fireflux thinking about their next move because the zone will push them in. Twisted Minds now with their attention drawn over towards Foot Chaos. They are still worried about this Fireflux position. You can see Lux now making a move on the vehicles. Going to take a lot of damage from that gunfire. But he's transitioned closer to Twisted Minds. Still not out of the zone though. And will need to go further forwards. But where do they go? Because it is very, very open. Black Esports' compound. I think Foot Chaos are going to think about jumping down the hill in towards it. Twisted Minds as well. Going to be pushed off this plateau.
Yes.
What direction do they go? Solus, yeah, taken down. It's so difficult to make this move.
Yeah, it's an unbelievably difficult circle for a lot of teams. Heading directly out into the open. Smokes are basically a temporary solution for now. And some of the undulating ridges to try and go off the back of that. But even so, a lot of these just don't have ditches that are deep enough to hold the players at safety. Shifu taking out players coming through from Power. Power just has the 1 player left remaining before 77 starts to sweep across to the eastern side of the map. But they got fully the western side on lock.
And this is entirely reminiscent of the game that they won before. Where they just took that spread. That was on Erangel. It was over towards that shelter side. And they just completely controlled everything from that off angle. Added a lot of eliminations to their tally late into the match. And it's happening again. It's all a result of this central style. Lux spotted, but giving a good fight. Not going to be enough, though. Fireflux down in 5th place. They won't quite make that 10-point average. But they are so close to it that Na'Vi might struggle to fend them off tomorrow. They won't have a chance to do so in person. They'll have to wait for everybody else. And Twisted Minds have their week shut down as well. They are out now. They got 3 eliminations. 5th place there. And 4 teams remain now. And it's 77 all the way. They've had Zadira take a knock. And that is a forward position. but they've looked for the regroup very, very quickly. They know how important numbers are here, and the wide split has paid off again.
Yeah, they should be able to get Zadira back up. And it is sort of an isolated fight right now between Football is Chaos as well as Black Esports. He would quite like to get rid of Football is Chaos in these moments. Redux lives through it all. I think Magnum has a good idea of where he's playing. Nade is short and gives Redux the alarm bell that he needs to get onto the outside.
Redux 2 nades in hand, but more preoccupied with the Vector being shoved into his temple there, and Magnum makes him realize those fears. Foot Chaos on the northeast side. They have to go for a run out. They have to figure something out. 77. They've got Magnum to hold down that angle. Dokenma peeking up. Magnum will spot it. Goes for a spray. One. Looks for a second as well. Not quite finding two, but goes for the flush, forcing the repeat from Nico. Magnum still holding this ridgeline. He is on a wide out flank and really putting pressure on here. Gets the flush and gets away with it. That is a really dangerous peak to keep going for there. You know there's an opposing player, and if you go down, it's unlikely that 77 expend that resource to go and get you because the zone's closing on them, and they want to hold this line against everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, at least he didn't need to go for any crazy peaks, right? And he could always heal in between because he was just popping up to try and get the flush. If you can get casualties onto Football is Chaos, it just makes his end game a lot easier. So it's understandable why they do go for that. But now 77's just had so much control of his circle for so long. Should just be easy pickings going forward. The Vector, once again, absolutely lasering the folks over on Football is Chaos. Luckily, he's got some backup from Limbo Boom at a crazy distance.
Difficult to go in for that res, but the rest of the team not looking super healthy either. Magnum does fall, and Foot Chaos have got Yekta now. Last player standing in the circle. Steps up for a challenge, won't find it against Zadira. 3 players alive versus 3 from Black Esports, but one of them's already down. Zadira will need to heal. Off in the smoke, he's spotted, and Lewis takes it out. Kakali back to his feet, and the numbers have just changed. 2 now on the inside for 77, and Black Esports could ruin it for 77.
I mean, for Zadira there, should have been able to get off the first aid kit. It just sits on the outlines of the smoke. A little odd. So now 77 in a 2v3. Obviously, they do have the inside track. Shifu absolutely needs to hit some more of these. That's a great nade down towards him, but it's a little bit short. But now Shifu knows that they have his position locked down.
Kakali. His shots over at distance. They've got the center circle. Shifu, MG3. In the center, behind the crate. Reloads on the UMP as well. Ready for a rundown. The smokes bloom. Drawing attention as the vehicle repositions for Lewis to get on in. Shifu takes a lot of damage. And Lewis manages to get past. Now his attention is split. He can't hold the same angle now anymore. And in comes the crash. Kakali, if he gets across the road, sets up with this UAZ against Limbo Boom. He's too deep. And now Shifu has the challenge. It's all up to him to hold the center of the circle. Both of the players on the inside can't even find one in response. And Shifu is out, but so is the magazine there. Needs to put one back in the chamber and will reshell on up. Limbo Boom now has a 1 versus 3 to take 77 over the finish line. The nade is in hand though for Kakali. Launches it forwards, goes long on the spray, but the UMP is there. Can he connect with it? As Limbo Boom isolates and controls, but will not be able to do so any further. It gets taken away from them in the final moments, and Black Esports close it down with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of opportunity to rock on back on that circle from Zadira as well as Magnum. Potential for them to play at a slightly easier position. I think they were slightly over-aggressive, but for 77 in those last moments, I think versus Black Esports, who had all the vehicles they needed, they'd held on to them, meaning they could just cycle round positions like that with a shotgun. Very fun. very interesting play. And honestly, Black Esports certainly deserved to pick that one up, which I think now puts them ahead of Guild.
They should do. I mean, they still obviously have more matches to play as well, so if not now, then probably tomorrow. We saw a little bit of a misstep from Heroic in that last match there. We just saw a little bit of the replay where they got over-embroiled into a scrap in the Longhouse against RCB, and it did not go well for them. They just kept bleeding dry. And, well, they have another opportunity tomorrow, but they can't be keeping up with plays like that.
Yeah, I mean, for 77, it's gone really well, honestly, throughout the majority of the tournament. And there's been some good games and some games where I'm a little bit confused by the plays they're going for. And that was one of them where I think that they let the game get away from them, just in terms of the amount of confidence that they have in that game. I think they were so excited, but they got to that point, it's like, we literally have the entirety of the circle to ourselves. But losing that one out to Black Esports with 637 damage done, 4 eliminations, it doesn't feel great.
Certified yikes to lose to that, unfortunately. But you know what? They played those final moments fairly well. Getting that pick off onto Zadira was really, really pivotal for Black Esports in that position. But 77 need to learn from those mistakes. They nearly had it twice, where they had that wide split on the off angle and just controlled everyone around them. It was Na'Vi to get most eliminations on a single player. Lemon was able to do that, with 2 of those coming from grenades.
Yeah, I think Lemon and Na'Vi, they did a good job to get 9 elims off the back of that game, and you know, that sets them almost at a 10-point average. But I think that they should be very proud of themselves. A lot of other teams have really nowhere near that at this point in time. Black Esports, so 14 points, 77 with the 13, Footballers KS at 12. And then it's fairly even as we head down. Fireflux actually picking up 11 points there to Enigma Galaxy and Twisted Minds with the 7 apiece. So sort of interesting the way this game actually panned out. No one really had the best end of it, let's say.
Yeah, I think, again, it's a result of everybody all cramming into that east ridge of the 2 ridges that sit to the west of Chumacera, right? And everybody just tearing each other apart, nobody having a good time. 77 not winning it out. If they'd have won it out, I would have said that they had a good time of it, but nobody really was able to do anything. They were paralyzed by the choices that this lobby are making. And it's, again, something that I think we've been fairly critical of, and I think I would continue that criticism to see that one continue. I think that definitely 1 or 2 or 3 teams will really find great success by moving away from that playstyle.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably see that next week. I think it's a little bit late right now to be switching the entirety of the playstyle of the lobby up, but I think people will watch back the games and be like, that area's open. That area's open. Why is that area open? It's like, oh, everyone's literally all grouping up right towards the center, or trying to pick up as many compounds as they can on one side of the map, because we aren't spread out enough. So I think there'll likely be conversations not only between the players in teams, but also teams within the actual lobby itself. So we'll see what happens going into next week, because I'm sure that will change and the gameplay might switch up as well. But right now it is very much heavy leaning towards who can scrap out the best from the spot that everyone seems to psychically pick at the same time.
Like, oh, everyone, that's the best spot. We should just go there, right? 77, highest damage, actually, even though they only got 7 limbs out of that match. Fireflux on 9, tied with Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. And again, keeping up that damage. I'm thinking a little bit towards the MVP for today. And I feel like Fireflux have had a really strong day. If I had to guess, it would probably be one of the Fireflux players. Goodness me. Going in for the MVP candidate. I'm not entirely sure which one I'd go for, though, Blank.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure which one I'd go for either at this point in time. I think for overall rankings, though, it's still nice to see Na'Vi right at the top for the time being. Those Twisted Minds, do they stay in second place? Also, probably not. The 24 matches they've played. Fireflux, 18 matches, so they still have a fair few more to go. But that is, what is it? Another 60-point day,
Oh, yeah.
roundabouts, 60-point day that they would need tomorrow. So a 10-point average. I don't know how likely it is. I think they did quite well today, though. 52 points. They just need to stretch it a bit further.
Yeah, they need 64 points to catch up there to the top spot, but that barrier isn't moving. We'll see if they can do so tomorrow. Twisted Minds, they have also set the bar for that group of teams that are chasing them. Virtus Pro, IWNRX on 133 and 127 respectively, who will be rejoining the matches tomorrow, along with Team Spirit and Zeus Esports, all coming on through with a chance. 77 as well are now on that chase in that top spot. At the bottom of the tables, Guild finish in 19th. The question is, can Vibes push them into the bottom spot?
Yeah, that's the question. You've got 6 matches to do it to get 13 points. I think they might pull it off here. With that, Team Spirit into 17th and on the last page here. Unfortunate, to say the least.
Yeah, it is not favorable. Team Spirit being down in the bottom 4. Heroic as well, with a couple of their mistakes, not being able to ladder up towards that front page either. I'm hoping for a little bit more from these guys. Do you have a player from Fireflux that you'd nominated? I can't remember, as MVP potential.
On Fireflux,
or do you think it was
probably Scarface, most likely?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm trying to think who I would say would be MVP from today, though.
I mean, it might be. Oh, would you not go for Fireflux?
Try to have a little think.
I think the other candidate from Fireflux, if you were to go that way, would be Lux potentially. I think that we've seen quite a lot from Lux so far, so we'll have to see if that's had an impact today, or who else has had a bit of a banger day. I mean, Twisted Minds, maybe they've put up some decent points today, so potentially looking at a Coops. He's gotten into some games quite late.
I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. Because it could even be Na'Vi, honestly. Because they have had kind of strong games in terms of eliminations. Yeah. But I think the average survival time might hurt them. So we'll see who it is. It's a Zadira from 77. 4,000 damage done. That is pretty huge. Well done to him.
Okay. That's fair. Okay, from a lot from the Erangel, as we're going to take a look from these highlights, and a lot from that last match as well. I guess, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I think that's a bit of a surprise, though. In terms of the rest of their matches, I think the majority will have come from those 2 big performances from 77. They did have a couple of scrappy games in the midst of it as well, so they'll be able to up their tallies in that fashion too. So great stuff for them.
Yeah, I mean, for Zadira, he's done really, really well today. And Zadira is a player that gets overlooked a little bit. I mean, Magnum and Limbo Boom. Magnum was kind of a fresh addition to the team, was doing a lot for them. Oof. So that's one of the big names. I didn't realize that was actually from Zadira. I thought it was from Shifu, but that one was big. But yeah, Zadira, a long-time player on the side with Shifu. But like I said, overshadowed a bit by Shifu for a long time. But I think he has certainly put up some incredible performances recently. Easy challenging.
Whoa.
Killed. Easy 500, I guess.
That's what I want to go for. But you know what?
There's always one.
I feel like
there's always one team that does this.
I think it's probably the right choice, all things considered. But moving a team out of the context of a game as vastly complex as a 16-team battle royale, put them into a TDM where it's very much just run and gun and try and get the best foot forwards. I feel like Guild might have something special for us. We'll have to wait for tomorrow for that to be seen, though, as we will have our TDM Warehouse Challenge in the midst of tomorrow's games. So make sure you stay tuned. And of course, you can keep up to date with all of our shenanigans over on our social media channels, which you can see down below. PUBG Mobile Europe, PUBG Mobile Europe Official, stuff like that. You can find it, I'm sure. You guys know how tech works, right? Yeah, just do that. Just do that. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We have been just doing that for the last 3-4 days now for our teams. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the final installment of week 1. Make sure you stay tuned, or tune in then. Don't stay tuned. You can go away for the time being. That's the end of the show. Goodbye.
here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds 1 minute shot.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.